All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. I don't know why I'm thinking it's January. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call of members.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Henry Grandison.
Present.
Rich John.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Present.
Mike Lane.
Here.
David Penna.
Here.
Glenn Morey.
Here.
Martha Robertson.
Here.
Leslie Show. Mike Sigler.
Here.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne.
Present.
We have 13 members present.
Thank you.
There's Leslie Show. Markers present, 14.
Okay, thank you. Presentation of proclamations, petitions, communications, and notices. We do not have any proclamations tonight, and you would have received any communications already. Presentations will come a little later. As far as I know, there is no executive session tonight. Did anything change between yesterday and today? Or an executive session? No. Okay. Let's move on to privilege of the floor for the public. This is just a reminder to the public. You would have received the rules for speaking on the privilege of the floor for the public. We allow you 3 minutes and we will be running our timer here. So please do try to get through your comments to us within that 3-minute time frame. We appreciate it. I'll go down the list of people who I have, starting with Sue Dale Hall.
Good evening, everyone. Sue Dale Hall, the Director of the Child Development Council, and I'm happy to be here to give you an update on childcare following the pandemic. If I did my job correctly, you all know by now that we had a severe shortage of childcare before the pandemic. So our main target was to try to preserve and retain the childcare that we had. We didn't want to lose it through all the ups and downs of 2020. We had programs open and close. We had classrooms open and closed throughout the year, group size limitations, and worker shortages. And overall, childcare was faced with increased costs and decreased revenues. About a year ago, I came to you asking for help to help loosen up the New York State's CARES Act funding for our community, and I'm happy to report that about $800,000 was pushed into our community, but that along with some pretty significant community support from foundations and voluntary donations from individuals, we were able to retain all of our childcare and in fact had a slight net increase of 20 slots. So that's really great to hear. But we're not out of the woods yet. We know that parents still need childcare in order to work and for our economy to rebound. Now we're looking ahead to the American Rescue Plan, and we know that New York State has some plans for it. Some will help Tompkins more than others. There will be scholarships for essential personnel. There will be equalizing the childcare subsidies across programs and the accessibility of those subsidies. There will be a quality improvement support. And my favorite is childcare deserts, and that is $100 million set aside to help increase the supply. The challenge with it is that those funds won't become available, or the planning for those funds aren't required to happen until the end of 2022. In the meantime, we have an opportunity before us too. 4 of our community programs were recommended for funding at the end of 2019. They were dormant in 2020, but from the Regional Economic Development Council that has childcare as its priority. This is a great win for the Southern Tier and especially for Tompkins County. So that was 2.5, that is 2.5 million that will be coming to our community to help increase the supply of childcare. And our goal is to get these projects off the ground. We know that 2.5 represents only about 20% of their financing and matching funds. So we want to see what we can do as a community. We're looking at possibility of a community collaboration approach to project planning and development and really make the most of it. You can plan to hear more from me on this in coming months. And all of this, as we all know, is so very important to reactivate our local economy and get folks back to work. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful news, Sue. Thank you very much for sharing, and we look forward to hearing more. Thank you. Next up is Deb Dietrich.
Thanks, Leslin. Good evening. It's good to see all of you again, even if it's just virtual. It's been so long. I want to give you an update on OAR. The pandemic was tough on us, on all of us, but it really had a disproportionate impact on the poor and the working poor, many of whom are OAR clients. Most of those we work with did not have the financial means to own technological devices, such as smartphones and laptops. So when so many agencies and departments moved to those methods of communication, our clients were left behind. OAR closed for the month of April and reopened with stringent public health measures in place and staggered work hours in early May to try to meet these service gaps. I think that the word that should define the whole pandemic as from the not-for-profit sector was really partnership and collaboration. We joined with a number of other nonprofits through the Human Service Coalition, convened expanded outreach team to deliver needed services on site to the encampments and others at risk. In partnership with URO, OAR delivered over 7,000 meals to the encampments, Endeavor House, the Advocacy Center Shelter, and West Village. This was made possible through the generosity also of a number of our local restaurateurs. We also received IURA funding to create Soap and Suds, which is really a laundry program for many of our clients, for the poor, and thousands of loads of laundry have been completed. So as we wind down this intensive outreach, we're taking the lessons learned through this past year and a half and redesigning the future delivery of our services. And we'll use those lessons to inform our programs. This past year, we began work with DSS on the Emergency Shelter Grant, which has allowed us to find housing for many of the formerly incarcerated and homeless, basically through its housing first emphasis, which has been just wonderful. In addition, we continue to work as part of the Healthy Workforce Collaborative to move many of those in recovery into employment and higher education. In closing, I'd just like kind of give a shout out to our community. At a time in our history when our national politics were toxic, our neighbors exhibited empathy, generosity, and care. And I just think we all have real reason to be proud of all of our neighbors who stepped up and shared their wealth, their time, everything with those who are less fortunate. So that's all I have tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. Next up is Jim Scully. Is Jim here?
Jim Scally.
Hmm?
Jim Scally.
Yes. Is he here?
It was.
Yes, he's here. Right here.
He's muted.
Mrs. Scully, you're muted.
Okay.
There you are.
There I am. Thank you. My name is Jim Scally at 940 Dryden Road in the town of Dryden. I want to address how the nearly 20 million in ARPA funds that the county will receive can be used to address both our affordable housing shortage and the need to reach the county's climate goals. 52% of Tompkins County households are overburdened to pay for rent and utilities. A recent study in the town of Dryden showed that 38% of housing is substandard and 90% of mobile homes fail to meet acceptable standards. I don't have numbers, but it's likely that many of our minority residents may live in these substandard units. About a third of people employed in the county live outside the county, possibly because there is unacceptable and unaffordable housing available for them to live close to their work site. The 2016 county report set annual goals for a new ownership of 3,800 single-family houses by 2025 with prices under $200,000. According to a recent article at Ithaca.com, the county is far short of that goal, and average housing prices now equal $291,000. Most of the housing built has been for student rentals. This is a high demand. There is a high demand for single-family homes for sale, with multiple bids forcing the average prices to go even higher. This is not a sustainable trend. Current average rent for two-bedroom apartment is $1,269 versus an average monthly cost on a $200,000 mortgage at today's rates of $946, a $320 per month difference. Transportation and housing are recognized as the largest contributors to greenhouse gases. The county's goal is 80% reduction in carbon footprint by 2050. Recent models suggest these goals need to be substantially updated to keep our environment healthy. What if the county focused this $19.8 million from the ARPA on upgrading substandard housing to meet our climate goals while subsidizing these units to make them affordable following the INHS model? The city of Ithaca has recently been awarded $1.2 million for affordable housing. The rest of the county needs this kind of investment as well, especially for more workforce housing, providing opportunity for more commuters to own and rent close to work. My suggestion is to put ARPA funds into a revolving loan type fund that would be dedicated to support both affordable housing needs and upgrading our substandard housing stock to address our climate goals. Shoot for a two-for-a-win. The one-time ARPA funds could be available well into the future to accomplish these twin goals. Those who seek to buy are also seeking an asset to build wealth. Subsidizing workforce housing and building to meet climate goals will, I believe, ultimately result in a healthier quality of life for those who struggle now to meet rent and put food on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Colley. Much appreciate your comments. Next up is Samantha Lushtak.
Hi, my name is Sam Lishtak. I'm a resident of District 13. These ideas all fall under responding to the needs of households that suffered economic losses as a result of COVID-19, and they will ultimately also benefit small businesses, not-for-profits, tourism, and hospitality. So I would like to encourage everyone to consider that we have two different types of residents. We have residents that serve residents, and we have residents that serve visitors and students. I would hope that the one-time 20 million or approximate 20 million goes to the residents who support residents. The visitors will return. They already have. Ithaca is and will continue to be gorgeous. So I would consider childcare for those children who are under public school age or still in diapers. We need full-time options with sliding scale. Even before the pandemic, there weren't that many options, particularly ones that were affordable. A wonderful example is Coddington Road Community Center. They do full day and they'll take really young kids. We have there are constituents here who are parents, particularly mothers in our district, have been disproportionately pushed out of the workforce into home childcare roles. So if you look at the existing programs, particularly those that are tied to towns, villages, and community centers, it actually will take less money to invest in their expansion because they already have proven business models. They are also centrally located. And by expanding these, we will create more jobs for local teachers and administrators, and we would also allow parents to re-enter the workforce. I would also beg to consider that we invest in local farms and assist in the coordination of getting food to residents. Something like a county-wide CSA distribution via community centers. I had mentioned this to Dan Lamb a while ago. I'd love to expand on it, but I can't in 3 minutes. This past year, our community has been absolutely astounding putting together mutual aid boxes, the blue mutual aid boxes at a lot of our community centers and residents' homes. Some of them have coolers, such as the Varna Community Association, and it is very well utilized. And it serves those homes that Jim Staley was just talking about, the ones that really need a lot of help to make them habitable. If we can use some of that funding to work with an existing program such as Impact the Change, which is a organization that makes refrigeration units that work off of solar panels and are completely self-sustained, we could actually make permanent blue mutual aid boxes by community centers that have refrigeration and are accessible to the community. It would be a one-time startup. Most people who have run a business or started a business know that the initial startup funding is really where the problem is. And this would be a great one-time use for some funding that would have long-lasting impacts. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Samantha. I have one other personal privilege of the floor, written comments that I will read into the record. This is from Jeff Furman. It says, my name is Jeff Furman. I live in Ithaca. I'm sorry that I'm unable to speak this evening at this meeting. I began Rejoice the Vote here in Tompkins County, and just last week, we awarded Albany, New York, the first Voting Est City Award for getting the highest percentage of eligible voters to polls in a big city, and Saratoga Springs won in the small city category. In addition, I have been doing a lot of voting/democracy work with young people from around the country. I mentioned that just to be clear that the work of protecting and strengthening our democracy is an important part of my work. I would like to thank the members of the county legislature for considering and hopefully passing this important resolution in support of the For the People Act. This resolution will further the groundswell of energy for this bill across New York and send a clear message to our New York Senator Schumer and Senator Gillibrand that we support them in their efforts to make elections accessible and transparent all across the nation. The For the People Act will protect our freedom to vote by making sure that voting options are equally accessible across all 50 states, make sure our voices are heard by preventing billionaires from buying our elections, and ensure we can elect leaders who govern in our interests by having congressional districts drawn by independent commissions. There are currently efforts in over 40 states to limit access to the polls and make voting more difficult for young, low-income, and people of color. The time to pass this bill is now. To move forward together, we must ensure that Americans can cast our ballot so we are able to elect leaders who govern in our interests and make a promise of our democracy real for us all. We can be thankful that New York State has gone in a pro-democracy direction. Thank you again. All right, there are no others for privilege of floor from the public. We're going to move on to, was there any municipal officials? Okay.
Les,
Jim
I have
Scaler.
an email from one of my constituents that I'd like to read.
I'm sorry?
I have an email from one of my constituents that I'd like to read.
On the privilege of the floor for the public, is that what you're saying? You're reading
Yes.
it into the record?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
This is from Peter Salton. He is one of my constituents. He's also a trustee in the village of Cayuga Heights. It is with heavy heart and some trepidation that I feel I must write this email in response to the lack of our public offices with public-facing responsibilities being fully open. Any and all municipal offices are by law and definition there to serve the public, only they aren't. The county clerk's office is closed to the public for walk-ins. The assessment department is the same. It has been deemed by the governor as no longer necessary to be closed. Yet in this county, we continue to be closed at to the disproportionate advantage of the poor and BIPOC communities. The flip side is this is an elitist response to be closed at a point in time where New York State has basically attained herd immunity. Fully vaccinated people have been told by the CDC that they can come and go as they please, but not here in Tompkins County, which is hanging onto a set of rules that is not fact-based. Unvaccinated people are primarily that way of their own decision and cannot be permitted to dictate the response. Today, Governor Cuomo has removed almost all restrictions, except private businesses have the power to implement optional restrictions. It is respectfully submitted that municipal and county offices don't have this option to remain closed to the public. Rather, they have an affirmative obligation to return to prompt, cheerful public service. People are tired. Let's get back to normal. If anyone in a municipal county office is not vaccinated, it's time to look at making it a requirement subject to statutory and constitutional restrictions. For those, we make reasonable accommodations, closures, and reopen to the public as pre-pandemic. So thank you for letting me submit this on Peter's behalf.
Thank you. Further comments? All right, let's move to.
Jim Scanley is a town board member. I have more he wants to report.
Okay.
Just ask him.
Okay.
Can I
Where
ask?
did he go?
It's right there.
Oh, Mrs. Scully, I just was wondering, you're here. I understand you're a member of the Dryden Town Board. I don't know that you're in that capacity for reporting for on the town board, but if you are so inclined to share a little bit with us, we'd welcome it. That is completely up to you.
Well, I didn't intend to represent my other board members, but I can give you some updates as to, I'm not exactly, I'm looking primarily for sewer and water mains updates in the village, hamlet of Varna. So this is connects us to the from Bolton Point all the way down to the sewer plant. So we're kind of a cog in this whole area. And so in expanding housing and that kind of thing in this area this is a critical key infrastructure component necessary to make that kind of thing happen. So the other things that we're hoping to see is final resolution on the Freeze Road Bridge. That is, it looks like the Village of Groton will be taking part of the bridge and as a historical item for displaying it in terms of the Groton Ironworks that built the bridge originally in the 1880s. And other than that, we're perking along. There's going to be broadband announcements sometime in the coming months. I can't speak to that. I'm not on that committee, so I'm not exactly sure when that's going to happen. But we hope to be expanding broadband eventually across the whole town to residents who choose to take it. So broadband is going to come to Dryden, and we are looking forward to making that a real assist in terms of people who's working from home, and also for school kids to be learning from home as well. So it's been a kind of difficult year for everybody with that regard to, and we're looking forward to we're starting to meet in person with the town board as of this past week, and we will continue to do that. I think that's about all I can report on accurately, so I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. Thank you so very much. Didn't want to put you on the spot, but also wanted to recognize and respect your position as a town board member.
Well, thank you very much.
Elected official. So thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, privilege of the floor for legislators. Oh, wait, no. Are there any questions or comments for Martha?
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Jim, for graciously accepting the spot. So last week you had a hybrid meeting, or have you already had an in-person and hybrid meeting?
We had a hybrid meeting. We were broadcasting both Zoom and we were in person at our agenda meeting, and I think that will continue for a while at least. I don't know how long. The area courtroom that we use our meetings for is now separated out in such a way that people can be safely separated out for distance-wise, and also people who are not vaccinated are asked to respect those distances and wear masks. Otherwise, yeah, we're operating as normal.
But people could join in remotely by Zoom?
People can join in remotely by Zoom if they choose not to attend in person.
Okay. All right, thanks. I usually come to the second meeting of the month, so I'll see what that's like.
Okay,
All right,
All right,
look
thank
forward
you.
to it.
wonderful. Thank you again, Mr. Scott. We appreciate it. Privilege for legislators. Mike Lane.
This past week, we learned of the death of a former legislator from the town of Lansing, Tom Todd. Served with Tom for a number of years here. Tom, previously to serving on the Tompkins County Board of Representatives, later the legislature, was a town supervisor from the town of Dryden. He was also in that capacity, a member of the Board of Supervisors before the charter was adopted, creating the Board of Representatives, which is now the legislature. He had a poultry and crop farm in Dryden, he and his wife Elsie, and they moved that operation from Dryden to Lansing and had quite a poultry farm there. And they would, Tom explained to me that they didn't birth the chickens and they didn't finalize the chickens, but they would be shipped in and they would raise them to a certain size and then they'd be shipped out, which I thought was kind of interesting. I remember him telling me at that time that America was using over 8 billion chickens a year. And that was several years ago, before the chicken sandwich wars that are going on now. Tom was over 90. When I served with him, he was chair of our Public Works Committee, which is now our Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. And he was heavily involved with the creation of the Recycling and Solid Waste Center. I always remember Tom saying to me that recycling items are commodities like any other commodity, and their prices will go up and their prices will go down. And certainly in the last couple of years, we've seen their prices go down for commodities, and we're hoping that they will go up again and that they can make it even better for us to recycle. Toward the end, Tom and Elsie moved back down to New Jersey, where they hailed from. And it was there that Tom passed away. It was a loss for all of us, but I just wanted to say a few things about Tom because I was glad to serve with him. Always a pleasant individual, always good. He did want to have us participate in off-track betting, and he tried that twice. Didn't quite make it. It turned out a lot of people against it, but good for him. Good for him for trying to do things, which he did. So thanks for letting me talk about Tom.
Thank you, Mike. I do have fond memories of Tom Todd. When I started on the legislature, I sat next to him. Matter of fact, I sat between Tom Todd and George Totman, and we're always engaged in good conversations about whether it was farming or just life in general. He was such had a wry sense of humor and such a pleasant gentleman. So thank you for sharing about him. Ann Corman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to put a reminder out there for folks. There are some primaries for various races going on right now there's primaries in many districts for county legislature candidates looks like town of Groton has it looks like that might be for town. The Republican for some town representatives, the city of Ithaca for some city council folks. I hope I'm not leaving any districts out, but so in many of the towns, so please look on the Board of Education. Early voting is going on right now at the Board of Elections downtown. And the regular voting day, the traditional or the general election, or I'm sorry, the actual regular voting day, which I've been talking to a lot of people are going to go on that day, is June 22nd. So there's early voting now up until the 20th, and then primary day is June 22nd. The polls in every district are open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So just wanted to put the word out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Martha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that the two executive directors who came to speak to us today, Sue Dale Hall for the Child Development Council and Deb Dietrich for OAR, are both retiring this year. And then along with Kathy Schlatter from the Human Services Coalition, who's retiring again. I mean, she retired years ago. They couldn't find a candidate, and they're going through another search process, and she really hopes to retire this year. So that'll be a tremendous, tremendous passage of community energy, knowledge, wisdom, and compassion. And I just wanted to celebrate those three people in particular. I also just want to note that on the good news side, it was announced that for American adults, at least that something like 64.5% of American adults have received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine. And Governor Cuomo announced more than 70% of New York adults have achieved more than at least one dose. On the other side, we also passed 600,000 deaths from COVID in this country today. So it's not over. We are obviously in a very different position than we were even a month ago, but the vigilance and continued efforts to vaccinate people are both really important. I just want to mark those milestones. Thanks.
Eric. Thank you, Martha. I think they think they're retiring. They should see what happened to Kathy. Yeah, we figure out ways. Henry Grandison.
Yes, I want to congratulate everyone on a happy Juneteenth week. As a county and city are both having activities. We had a speaker, Scott Brown, on Monday. We had a film today. The film will continue on Thursday, and on Friday we'll have the foods of Juneteenth. And I also want to mention that Southside Community Center is also hosting their annual Juneteenth celebration, I believe from 2 to 8 p.m. at their center. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Annie, do you have your hand up again, or you just didn't put it down?
Yes, just wanted to clarify one thing. Thank you. So just looking at the stats, we're going off what Martha said. Unless the governor has totally different numbers than are being reported from New York State online, it looks like almost 70% of people that are 18 and over in New York State, nearly 70% are vaccinated. For the general population, again, these are the stats I'm seeing online, is nearly 56% of the general population has at least one dose of a vaccine. But it is increasing every time we look there. And Tompkins County is still second. We're about, I think, 66%. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Henry, for sharing. I just want to piggyback on Henry's sharing of the Juneteenth events. And don't want to leave off that Friday evening, we're also offering just a reading of a play written through the eyes of by our county historian, Carol Kamen, and viewed through the eyes of soldiers of color, Black soldiers who went to fight in the Civil War as part of their contribution towards freedom and the resistance movement. So please tune in to that as well. That will, sort of conclude the county city events for the week. I'm looking at Legislator Sigler because there's an event happening in Lansing on Saturday morning at 10:30. There is a dedication or installation of a plaque. Do I have that right, Mike? If you do know, in honor and recognition of former slave Peter Wheeler. There's such rich history in Tompkins County connected to slavery, the resistance movement, and Peter Wheeler is one of those stories that you should know. So 10:30 on Saturday, the Lansing Town Board, I believe, in 2019 passed a resolution, or Deborah probably knows about it too, passed a resolution recognizing and honoring Mr. Wheeler, and that resolution also called for the installation of that plaque. So yes, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it's 10:30 on Saturday morning at the Ludlowville Park, because he lived in Ludlowville. I want to appreciate the folks in Lansing, the people in the Lansing Town Board for doing this, because despite the inhumane treatment that Mr. Wheeler suffered, his spirit and his drive could not be broken. And having an installation, having a plaque honoring him certainly speaks to that. So thank you. Deborah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that this topic will come up again later in the meeting, but for people who just tune in for the thrilling and exciting privilege of the floor sections of our meeting, I want them to be aware of a couple of things relating to the American Rescue Plan funds. The Expanded Budget Committee will be meeting at 5:30 on Wednesday, June 30th, to begin a discussion of how we plan to spend that money. We will be hosting Ryan Gregoire, who is the legislative aide from NACO, or not NACO, but NISAC, who will be on hand to give us an overview of what we're allowed to spend it on and what we're not, and to answer any questions the legislators may have before they begin their deliberative process. But also in preparation for that meeting, there is a survey that our crack public information officer, Dominic Recchio, managed to get ready in record time. And I believe it's now available to be accessed through the county's website. I do not have the exact web address that you can access for that. But Dominic may be able to put it in the chat for us, and also may be able to just read it out for us. Dominic, I'm sorry to have put you on the spot this way. Yeah, it's on the county homepage as well, so you can just get it there. Yeah, we want your input, what you think is important. We're not promising that we will do what you tell us to do, but we certainly feel that our decisions should be informed by your preferences. So for those of you who choose to participate, thank you very much.
Let me respond to that. Deborah, I just thought I'd let you know, I actually received a rather lengthy email this afternoon from someone who had actually filled out the survey and sent it back. and they were so pleased to be asked.
I got one already too.
Fantastic.
That's great, Mike. Thank you.
All right. Good. Any other legislators?
Wow.
352 responses so far. Our public loves to engage. That is fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Dominic, for that information. All right.
Leslie.
Oh, did I miss somebody?
Leslie.
Oh, Leslie, you're sort of faded in the background there. And
I'm here. Yes.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to share that in advance of the great new survey that Dominic just put out, I did survey District 2 last week. I put out a detailed survey, a few more questions, a little more flavor to get some kind of community priority feedback from District 2 around the ARP funding, what we know so far with regard to the interim rule. And I just, in getting early survey responses back, and this is kind of a 10 question, breaks it out a little bit more around people's priorities in both the household kind of front as well as the economic and business front, and a bit on some of the other priorities, just to share. Many of the people who were speaking on the privilege of the floor tonight, that's being borne out in District 2's priorities too, saying that childcare was the #1 priority so far coming out as far as how to help families and households, food security for families and seniors, mental health services, crisis intervention, youth programming, both recreational and tutoring, as well as housing programs. So repair, energy efficiency, new construction, speaks to many of the priorities we've heard tonight. 2/3 of the people who weighed in so far in District 2 have said that premium pay for essential workers should be a priority for government. Many folks are interested, just under half are interested in making sure that we set aside some funding for long-term investment for infrastructure and county facilities. And I heard a lot of information about different kinds of infrastructure, stormwater, water infrastructure, broadband, all priorities across District 2. And so this is, a city district, but we have a lot of the same priorities as other rural districts do. And I really appreciate folks that have weighed in, and I've encouraged folks to continue on and take the countywide survey as well so that we can get that kind of high level input. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Martha.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Leslie, that comment makes me remember that, the city is getting a much bigger amount per capita than the county is. Does anybody on the screen here know anything more about what the city's process is going to be? Survey, is there a priority list? It'd be great to know, and especially it'd be great to coordinate in whatever ways that make sense. Thank you.
All right, legislators, I don't want us to get too far into the weeds on this. There'll be more conversation to come. Privilege of the floor for legislators. Let's get through. Henry and then Deborah.
Yes, I believe that the city is going to go to their capital project system to deal with the funding. But I don't know what else they're going to do.
Deborah.
Yeah, I spoke with Laura Lewis today about this. She is not on the administration committee, but as far as she knows, they have not really, that would be the committee that would discuss this. George McGonigal is a member, but unfortunately he's not here tonight. As far as Laura knows, they've not really begun to look into this, but she did say that what she had heard was that there was going to be an emphasis on capital projects in city infrastructure.
Well, the city will make its decision when the city is ready to make its decision on what it will do. All right, thank you all very, very much. On the chair's reports and chair's appointments, I just want to amplify that a very important movement for many of us in the minoritized community and the marginalized community is under attack. On Monday, it was interesting listening to our speaker kicking off Juneteenth talk about, engaging in a culture of resistance and the backlash that comes from it. Critical race theory that some of you might have heard me speak about is one of the things that is under attack right now. The basic premise of critical race theory is that race and racism is institutionalized in American society, which many of us know that that is very true, and we don't quite understand why it is being attacked. So I just wanted to amplify to please pay attention, please let your voice be heard. If you truly believe in us trying to move our society to a place of being much more equitable, we need to acknowledge not only the horrors of the past, but the things that continue today that are inequitable and that make people of color and people who are in minoritized communities continue to be on the receive the low end of the stick. So please continue to pay attention to that. Chair's appointments. I have some advisory board appointments, and this is to the Workforce Development Board. I'll read quickly the names. I have John Committee, who's a labor organization representative, Kit Kephart, key community partner and TANF representative, Lee Dillon, community-based organization representative. Lee is from Tompkins Community Action. Terry Tarshus, I believe, forgive me if I mispronounce your name, business representative. Amy Iles, business representative, or Isles, I'm not sure.
I think it's Isles.
Isles, thank you. Business representative. Carrie Coates Whitmore, mandated partner from higher education representative. Heather McDaniel, mandated partner from economic development. Derek Burrows is a business representative. Alan Bishop, business representative, and Scott Pronti, M. Pronti, business representative. Those are all chairs' appointments to the Workforce Development Board. There are no special topic presentations or discussions tonight. They'll come with County Administrator and others. Reports by County Administrator, County Attorney, and Director of Finance. County Administrator Lisa Holmes, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 items tonight, including a department head appointment, COVID update, and a brief COVID update, and ARP update. So I'd like to start with the department head appointment, and I see Michael Steitley is joining us. And Michael, if you're there, I'd invite you to turn your camera on. So wonderful, thank you. So I'm pleased to be bringing Michael Steitley forward for confirmation as the next director of the Department of Emergency Response. Mr. Steitley has a broad background in emergency management, law enforcement, emergency medical services, and emergency communications. He's worked in a variety of settings, including government, higher education, and healthcare in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. And he served as the Somerville, New Jersey Emergency Management Coordinator during Hurricanes Irene and Lee and Superstorm Sandy, which I can't even imagine. And after a very thorough interview process, the search committee felt that Mr. Steitley could help advance the goals of Tompkins County's Department of Emergency Response, given the breadth and depth of his experience, as well as his lifelong commitment and passion for this field of work. And just a note about that lifelong commitment, he started in this line of work early on. He joined the Somerville, New Jersey Volunteer Rescue Squad at age 15 and has only continued his career in emergency services from there. So unless an executive session is necessary, Madam Chair, I'd now like to request the legislature's confirmation of Michael Steitley as our next director of the Tompkins County Department of Emergency Response.
Rich is quick on the draw. I see Rich.
I was hoping to move this. I'm very excited to move this.
I see Rich moving this confirmation of Michael Steigley as the Director of the Department of Emergency Response, and Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I'd be happy to second it, Madam Chair. I do have a question. It's my understanding, and we won't hold you against this, Mr. Steigley, but that Mr. Steigley is not a resident of Tompkins County. So do we need to take some kind of vote on waiving the residency requirement?
My understanding was that it needed to be brought forth to your attention prior to appointment. So I was not under the impression that there needed to be action.
Right.
Okay, I was just making sure because I honestly couldn't remember, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I was just about to say, right, we don't need to take any action on that tonight, Deborah, but thank you. So moved by Rich Jones, seconded by Deb Dawson. Discussion. Martha.
Thank you. If I could just at the right point have a moment to talk about the outgoing interim or acting director. It's not about Mr. Steigley, but it's about Mr. Robinson. But
we'll have a moment to do that. Let's put Mr. Steigley on the spot. Any other legislators? Mr. Steigley, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we take this vote?
Just like to say thank you very much for your confidence in me. I really appreciate the very kind introduction. And I'm really looking forward to being part of the Tompkins County team and meeting everybody on the Zoom call tonight, and meeting as many people as I possibly can to be a true member of the Tompkins County community and to do the best possible job that I know you want me to do for you.
Those are really not great words. Thank you for sharing. All right, legislators, let's take a vote of confirmation.
Sean Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Absolutely.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Moran,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you very much. That carries unanimously.
Thank you all. I really look forward to meeting everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for applying, and thank you for accepting this position with us. We're excited to work with you as well. Martha, now it's your turn.
Thank you very much. And welcome, Mr. Steigley. It'll be great to have a full team there and to really be able to move in, especially with the Reimagining Public Safety Initiative, where Doer is going to be especially involved and an important player. But I couldn't let this moment go by without recognizing and thanking Brian Robinson, who was it 2 years, Lisa, that he was interim? At least 2 years that he accepted the position as acting Doer director, and did a tremendous amount. I mean, Brian had been an Ithaca Police Department officer and retired from that. Then he became a county legislator and retired from that, and then went on to be to help us out when we needed somebody to step in at Doer. And Brian has really pulled that department through some tough times and some big transitions. So we really owe a debt of gratitude to Brian. It's maybe one or two real important departments where you need somebody really holding the reins and able to lead the team. So many thanks to Brian. Thank you, Leslie, for letting me take a few moments. Thanks.
No worries, Martha. Thank you for sharing on behalf of all of us. Much appreciate it, and echo all our collective thanks to Brian. All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. So the second item, we were going to defer on an update from a COVID update tonight. However, the governor made an announcement today, and we do have some news to share. So I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. So I will share our one slide. I know we sent that out in advance just to give an update of where we're at. And then I'll allow Frank to talk more about the governor's update today and what that means for everyone. So let me just share my screen here. And does everyone see?
Yep.
So as far as updates since the last time we met, we are in single digits for active cases for the first time in quite a while, which is really fantastic. And we've had a few days now with 0 case days. So hopefully we can continue that. Other things that have happened the executive order has been extended that allows remote meetings. You can see that's been moved to June 25th. So there is an extension there. We'll continue to watch that to see what happens with that. We did have a town hall since our last meeting with Frank, Leslyn, myself, and Lisa discussing reopening as well as disease prevalence in the community and our own vaccination rates. I know earlier we talked a little bit about our vaccination rates. The governor is reporting of the 18 plus population when he speaks of that 70%. We are slightly higher when you look at those numbers. Still not at 70% of total population though here in Tompkins County. And that's what we're hoping to get to really have that herd immunity piece. We've also started to discuss, masking guidance shifted since the last time we met for schools. And then there's been some updates to that as well. And we are continuing to have smaller pop-up clinics, much smaller, as well as encouraging people to use the pharmacies. So they are going to be the main sites for vaccination, and they are throughout the community, so people can continue to go there. As we have these smaller pop-ups, we'll continue to promote them at the beginning of each week, but things are starting to shift and change. So with that, I'll turn it over to Frank to talk a little bit more about some of the changes from today and where we're heading. And Frank is saying wonderful things, but muted.
Frank, your audio is not working.
Frank, if you try to go up, you sound like a chipmunk now.
Okay, looks like Frank is leaving and coming back, hopefully not as a chipmunk.
I'm back. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, the home computer does the chipmunk thing once in a while. So yes, the governor obviously today announced the lifting of restrictions for most every setting. There are some exemptions, healthcare settings, pre-K through 12 is a big one. Obviously, we're still looking at large indoor settings as well. Public transit, corrections facilities, I think are on that list as well. But pretty much most everything that we do, we should be able to move back to normal with the caveat that unvaccinated folks still should be masked and or social distancing when they're interacting with the public. So it's good news. This is great news. We definitely should be at this point. As Amy alluded to, our numbers are really, really good. The one thing I want to mention is the word herd immunity keeps getting thrown around. And I would like to point out that the 70% that the governor is using, quite frankly, has nothing to do with herd immunity. That's people over 18 with a first dose. In New York State, the fully vaccinated number is about 50%. which is well below what we would consider even the bottom range of herd immunity. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done around vaccinations. And I don't say that to scare anyone, because quite frankly, our disease numbers are low and we should be getting back to normal. But I just want to make sure that we don't have a false sense of security, particularly as we move into the fall, because we do expect that we're going to see more cases in the fall. And it's okay, right, if that happens. Hopefully vaccinated folks would see, less severe illness, and hopefully we'll see less disease than we would have without vaccinations. But we had a lull last summer. We keep talking about these numbers are the lowest they've been since last August or last July. And we had those numbers without vaccinations. So, it's really important that we do, be mindful of how the disease evolves around the world, particularly with variants, and, just be prepared for, how it might evolve in the coming months. But all in all, it's good news. Obviously, we've been happy with our vaccination numbers for a while now. It's good to see the rest of New York starting to catch up. But there are still some pockets, particularly around us. If you saw the governor, I think the southern tier might have the lowest vaccination rate of all the regions in the state. So that's great that we're doing well, but a lot of those folks travel to and from our county on a regular basis. So still a lot of work to be done, but I think generally we're getting back to normal, and that's a good thing.
One other thing just to follow up, I know in our slide it said the executive order was extended to June 25th. I just checked that executive order and it's through July 5th. So there has been quite an extension for that. So it is July 5th, not June 25th. So, and I know Leslyn caught that as well. So thank you, Leslyn, for that. The other piece too, back to Deborah's comment earlier that she read from a constituent about the reopening of county facilities and changing of operations. We have asked all of our departments to prepare operations plans again, looking at how we do that effectively and efficiently. There's two things that they're balancing. One is how do they maximize staffing and staffing capacity, and what does that look like? Because there's still a need for distancing for unvaccinated. That includes some members of the public as well as our employees. The other piece is having conversations about safety. Not all of our buildings have been secured in pre-COVID. And so there's been some discussions coming in from some of the operations plans about safety of facilities as well. So things like that we hadn't explored in the past may be more possible now. So things like appointments for certain facilities may stay or may change things. There's also been some positive feedback for appointments. I know Department of Motor Vehicles has seen some positivity of not having the lines when you have appointment time. So there might be some flexibility there and new direction. So I think we have to be cautious as people want to say, let's get back to where we were. And instead of just assuming that we're going back to the same, thinking about what we've learned and how we can move some of those processes and practices forward. So as people submit their departmental operations plans, we'll be having discussions as members of the EOC, asking those questions, seeing how we'll be opening and what is the way to best meet the needs of the customers and clients in ways that make sense, as well as protecting the safety of the general public and our employees. So it is coming, things are starting to open up, but how we do business, we have learned some things that we'll probably want to keep as long as we're able, because we're seeing some positive results to that as well. So there's a balancing act to do on all of those reopening plans.
All right, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Frank. Good news and cautious news all around, but we'll certainly look at it. Let's go down the list. I see hands. Rich.
Yeah, I commend you all for all the work you've done, months and months and months of this. This is really, really good news. I was wondering if you could just spend a few sentences talking about what you plan on maintaining in terms of contact tracing capability, particularly going into the fall, just to be ready. Thanks.
Yeah, so we have contract nurses that are now predominantly doing all of the case investigation work, and that's supplemented by some project assistants doing the contact tracing, along with the state contact tracers, of course. So we do have folks in place. We're maintaining them. We're trying to keep them busy right now because the numbers are so low, but we can't let them go yet, knowing that we could potentially see an influx. And you'll likely also see in the health department budget request some resources requested in case things were to pick up in 2020. What year is it? 2, I guess it is now, in the spring. So yeah, we're definitely planning for that.
Great. Thank you. Deb Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Lisa and Amy and Frank and Dom and everybody who staffs our Emergency Operations Center. I agree with Rich that you all deserve our gratitude for managing this for us. I do have one question. I've tried really hard not to second guess you guys because you're the experts, but I also know that we as a county have chosen not to require our employees to be vaccinated. I frankly disagree with that simply because our county employees are mostly public servants and public-facing individuals, and they should be vaccinated, especially since this pandemic doesn't seem to be going away for good anytime soon. And I know that there are issues about requiring employees to be vaccinated, but there was a recent test case with a hospital in Texas where they imposed mandatory vaccination rule. The employees sued and lost. I'm just wondering if we are considering requiring our public-facing employees to be vaccinated for the safety of the public they serve.
I can speak to that. And we so far have not been pursuing that route. We've gone the voluntary and, certainly recommending it among employees. And we have, based our continuity or returning to operations based on the voluntary model. There are further considerations that we need to take because we operate in a unionized environment. And so thus far, we have been following some of the test cases elsewhere, but I think we have been able to bring the workforce back sufficiently to be able to continue to meet county operations. There are certain there are certain functions of the county where fully vaccinated employees may be meeting with clients who are not vaccinated and would need to continue to take precautions, the same precautions that anyone else would need to take. So we're looking at all of these in our operations plans, and certainly it's understood that what we're doing is serving the public, and we're wanting to open to the degree that the public is served without barrier. So we're taking this all into consideration, but we have not crossed that line of saying that we're going to require it of our employees.
Thanks, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Henry.
Yes, thank you for your work. Amy, when did the executive order get extended to July 5th?
I am not sure of the date. It was Executive Order 202.10, 202.110 is where it got extended on the 5th day of June. So June 5th, Henry.
Oh, also, because when they usually extend the orders like the day before?
Yeah, it seems like it's been extended a little quicker this time. So June 5th, it was extended to July 5th. So still a 30 day.
Okay. I have another question, I guess, for Frank and all of you.
Yes,
basically, I read today that that the Cuomo released everyone from the emergency system, emergency plan, but the state and local governments could always maintain their mask mandates. And so what is the actual status between what the state says we can do and what we can do?
Are you asking, are we going to do something more than what the state is saying? Or are you asking, yeah, that no, we're not. We're in single digits with active cases. We've had 3 or 4 days with no cases. There's absolutely no justification or reason for us to do something more stringent than what the CDC is currently recommending.
Thank you.
And Coleman, and then Martha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and then as other folks said, for all the work that everybody does on the EOC and administration, health department. Just a couple of names. I know there's many more, so but I just for the EOC, I know just want to put a shout out to thanks for Jay Franklin at our assessment department, Katie Bergella. I know they've worked on that quite a bit also. I had a question. So if, is that true as somebody said, or a member of the public said, the clerk and the assessment offices are closed except for appointments right now?
True.
I am not sure on that. I don't have their operations plans in front of me to know which ones are closed. I do know some buildings, as our own, is only by buzz-in. So it may not be appointment only. It could be buzz-in, walk-in, but I don't know that off the top of my head which ones are not open to the public.
Okay. And I was just thinking possibly that, the topic that was brought up about this might be a time to do increased safety. So maybe that would come under the facilities committee if we could help with that. So we're down to 2 cases of people in the hospital. And if I'm correct, I think that number has been there for quite a while. Do we have confirmation? Is it that number is correct? It's 2 people? I don't know if it's the same people, but that is correct. Okay. Just wondered if for some reason we weren't getting the updated information. And I'm just noting that the July 5th date is 1 day before our next legislative meeting as far as being able to hold meetings remotely. So that's all I had. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Annie. Martha?
Yeah, thanks. On the staffing and vaccinations, I remember there was an email, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago that we were supposed to, like all staff were supposed to voluntarily disclose, I guess, to HR what their status was. Is that right?
Yes, they disclosed that. The deadline was June 11th. So we haven't had a chance to look at all of that information yet, but we'll be doing that and following up with those who haven't disclosed.
Okay. So that's my question was so it'd be interesting to know what percentage of our staff are actually vaccinated. This might actually not be a problem. We don't know. And then the issue of mandating, my understanding is that when it's right now we're still under the emergency use authorization for the vaccines, that once the FDA finishes an analysis or we have enough experience that it's a full authorization, then it changes a bit. Am I right? That sort of the legitimacy, the reasonableness of asking staff to be vaccinated becomes stronger. Is that right?
That was the initial guidance. I do know that, as Deborah has mentioned, and we've heard about other places that have gone ahead with the emergency authorization. I don't know, Lisa or Frank, if you have anything else to add in there.
Yeah, and it's the timing on when those full approvals, we just don't know because everything's working on different timeframes than they used to. So it could be a while, it could be soon.
Right. I understand we don't know about the timing, but that's sort of a qualitative shift whenever that does happen, that then our ability as an employer to be directive kind of is strengthened, I think. So That's the way I understand it. Okay, thanks. I'll look forward to hearing about what those numbers look like. Thanks very much.
All right, anything else on this topic? Mike Lane.
I fully understand that this news from the governor came today. It hasn't given much time to react, but especially coupled with the letter that Deb Dawson read today from a constituent. We have Frank here explaining that the governor's order says we can kind of go back to normal. And yet we have Amy saying that we need more time at the county before we can figure out if we can go back to normal or if we ever will go back to normal in some ways. So I just want to, not to cast any blame at all, but just to say there's a huge mixed message going out tonight. And I think we need to respond, as they said in Latin, magna cum celeritate, with greatest speed.
Understood. And I think what our timeline is that we had been giving directives to our departments to come back with their operations plans. And then we were responding then to a state directive about the vaccinations and collecting employee status on vaccinations. So that got pushed back. So like you said, Mike, it's the timing of following the governor's directives. This is a prime example of it. So I think that as soon as we did hear this message today from the state, we said, how does this impact the plans that we just put in place for a systematic approach with our departments? This is just one of many of those cases where we have to catch up and catch up with this, where the state's going and come together.
And I think the piece too, Mike, about the normal of now, still there are some differences. While the governor is saying normal, there are still some differences between vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. That hasn't all gone away. So there's still some of those considerations that fall into some of these plans.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Henry?
Yes, did the governor ask whether he could shoot off fireworks in Ithaca?
We had that conversation today.
Just question.
All right. Thanks, Amy, Frank, for that update. Lisa, you have another one for us?
Yes. So the last piece is I wanted to go through a presentation very similar, almost identical to the one I did yesterday for Budget and Capital on the American Rescue Plan. And I am going to share my screen now. And assuming that everyone can see what I'm seeing, American Rescue Plan update. Okay, this shouldn't take long. I have a total of 14 slides, one new slide from yesterday, but just to kind of prime us all and so people are equipped with some of the same information going into discussions for the June 30th meeting. It's a high-level overview of the American Rescue Plan. And again, it is the sources on many of this come from NACO and NISAC. So to make everyone aware, Tompkins County's total allocation of ARP funds is 19.8 million. The first tranche, about 10 million, is now sitting in an interest-bearing account. It's earning 0.15% interest. So on about the $10 million that's in there, we're earning about $15,000 per year. And the second tranche of the funding is expected to be deposited by the U.S. Treasury to us sometime in May or June of 2022. These are some key dates for everyone to be aware of. The March 3rd, 2021 date is the beginning of the covered period to which ARP funds apply. So it wouldn't apply to any COVID-related expenses incurred prior to March 3rd, 2021, or any projects that we started prior to this date. It's only looking forward from March 3rd on. July 9th is the deadline to submit questions on the interim final rule. And the final rule will be coming out sometime after that. So this is just kind of a reminder that the final rule on the use of these funds has not yet been published. We have a pretty good idea of where they're going, but it's not yet been published. So there's still time here. And we have submitted questions through NISAC and NACO on the interim final rule. By December 31st, 2024, the ARP funds must be obligated or committed by this date. And then by December 31st, 2026, we have to spend all of the funds and have the work all completed and accounted for. This is right out of the literature itself, the rule itself. How may the ARP funds be used? There are 4 broad categories. There are lots of details and nuances with each of the categories. The first is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. It's under here that you can have assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, tourism, travel, hospitality. Item 2 is to respond to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency. Item 3 is the provision of government services, and that is to the extent that there was revenue loss. And item 4 is to invest in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And it's worth saying here that items 1, 2, and 4 may involve expenditures and investments to the broader community. Item 3 involves investment in government services to make up for lost revenue to the government due to the pandemic. So this next slide goes into a little more detail about that, calculating the reduction in revenue or revenue loss. So in order to do that, you have to calculate the revenue shortfalls that we experienced due to the pandemic. And there is a formula for that calculation. And it includes using the base year revenue for the most recent full fiscal year prior to the pandemic and applying a growth adjustment to that, which could be the average annual revenue growth over the full 3 fiscal years prior to the pandemic, or a growth factor of 4.1, whichever is greater. And then subtracting from that the actual revenue collected during the year of the pandemic. And then the remainder is the calculation of revenue loss. So this past week or last week, Amy, Kevin, together with finance, worked on this figure last week, and the initial estimate identified 21.9 million in lost revenue for the county. Again, this is a very high level estimate, and we have more that we want to do on it, but that demonstrates the impact of revenue lost by the county government and our budget last year. In this respect, it's good news, because if we choose to use the ARP funds to invest back in government services, we can capture all of the 19.8 million in ARP funds in one fell swoop. We won't have to go transaction by transaction. And from the information that we've received thus far through webinars and brainstorming discussions on this topic, it seems to be the strategy that many are looking to use to capture as much of the funding as possible with as few actions as possible using the lost revenue calculation. Again, once all of this is done, we will be audited to ensure that we captured funding correctly and utilized the funding correctly. So these accounting details will become very important, and lessening the transaction will mean less likelihood for error. So once the revenue loss is calculated and the funds are successfully captured, the category of government services is given fairly broad latitude for the use of funds, which include but aren't limited to maintenance or PAYGO funded building of infrastructure, including roads, cybersecurity, hardware, software, protection of critical infrastructure, could include building projects, health services, environmental remediation, school or educational services, and provision of police, fire, or other public safety services. This next slide shows areas where we're prohibited from using ARP funds, and that includes debt obligations, interest or principal on outstanding debt, money owed on settlement agreements, or replenishing fiscal reserves or rainy day funds. So this is a brief overview of our current budget for 2021 and where we stand. As just a recap, in the 2021 budget, we eliminated 47 positions. We have 47 fewer positions on the roster than we had in 2020. It's a 6% reduction in workforce, and we're starting to see that some departments are straining with a reduced workforce. And we expect that we will be hearing from departments through the budget process and the OTR process with requests for restoration of some of those positions that were cut. We also had 41 retirements in 2020 due to the early retirement incentive, and that resulted in a loss of institutional knowledge. And our organizational training budget was cut in 2020, and that's going to need replenishing, and that was not included in the maintenance of effort budget for the 2022 target. We reduced our spending in 2021 overall. It was 6% less than prior years. Some departments, programs, and supported agencies experienced up to a 12% reduction, and we cut our capital program by 11%, or $770,000. We assumed a decrease in sales tax and casino revenues for 2021, and we increased our levy in 2021 by 2.21%. We had a $5 increase in our solid waste fee. In looking at our capital plan, our current capital plan for 2021 and where things stand here, we cut it by 11%, or the equivalent of $770,000. We have a capital program overall of $120 million. We are, as a county, striving to meet our energy goals of net zero operations by 2040. That goal was pushed back to 2040 due to the pandemic. It was originally planned to reach net zero by 2035. And we cut $25 to $30 million public safety building out of the budget and replaced it instead with $4 million in upgrades of our current public safety and jail facility to get us through the next 5 to 7 years. So there is therefore some good rationale for investing the ARP funds in our capital program, being that it is one-time funding and can be put toward the one-time expenses. By doing so, by avoiding both short and long-term debt, and the payment on debt service opens up capacity in our general fund, which will then enable us to support other departments, programs, and agencies with target funding, and that which will provide us with stability for our government over the long term with tax rate stabilization. And if we could, through doing this, advance our energy goals of achieving net zero operations sooner and possibly as soon as 2030. And there are some options to consider here. And these remaining slides, I'm going to go through some of these options for comparison. So just utilizing various levels of ARP funding toward our capital program. And again, putting some ARP funds toward capital is the same strategy that we put forth, that Jason put forth during the budget retreat in April, except now we've materialized these figures in more detail because we have been working out the capital program in a little more detail and looking at some of these options. So this first option shows using 16.8 of the 19.8 million of ARP funds toward the capital program. And this would support our 9 major projects by paying cash for capital for them. And so with this first option, and again, this is the largest amount, we're talking about 16 out of 19.8 million. So there would still be 3 million remaining unused. With this option, we wouldn't have to increase our capital contribution in 2022 because we'd be using ARP funds toward that purpose. So we could save or redistribute about $250,000 in target spending toward our departments or toward other agencies or programs. And this option would help us to move our net zero energy goal to 2030 instead of 2040 if we chose. I'm going to go now to the 8 million out of the 19.8 million toward the capital program. This option would support 4 major projects. This option, using this option, we would have to increase our capital contribution by $250,000, which is 0.5% of the prior year's levy, and that is, by policy, what we're trying to achieve there. With this option, we would achieve net zero by 2035 instead of 2040. And this slide here kind of shows a side-by-side comparison of these various options. So again, and there are, again, various nuances and options involved within each of these, but this shows them side by side to compare. Down the row down at the bottom shows how much we would avoid spending in interest payments. With the 16.8 million, we would avoid spending 2.4 million in interest payments over a 10-year period, and that's assuming a 2% interest. If interest rates go up to 3%, we would probably add about another $1 million onto that. So with the $8.7 million option, if we would avoid spending about $900,000 in interest payments over 10 years at 2% interest. If we do no projects at all, we will be spending 2.4% in interest payments over the 10 years. If we do not contribute to capital, we are going to have to postpone other or new projects or increase our capital contribution by 0.75%. And our energy goals will stay at 2040. And we would still be trying to catch up from the 11% cut that we incurred this year to the capital program. So also with this option, if we do not invest in the capital program, we would end up using $10 million in the general fund balance to fund a downtown office program and $4 million toward public safety improvements. And again, we would pay for those out of general fund because for the length of time, the period of probable use on those, we would not want to be paying debt service off on those improvements that would only, get us 5 to 7 years if we plan on building a new public safety building. So these are the side-by-side impacts of various contributions toward the capital program. Since our conversation at Budget Capital yesterday, there were some questions asked, and I tried to include one more slide showing some different considerations here. This is our the estimated net annual impacts on the general fund for using ARP for cash for capital. And I just want to illustrate a point here, and we have to hold some variables constant when we're doing this because there are many variables in the mix here. So all of these options here are assuming that we hold steady on our green facility net zero goals for 2040. If we invest the 16.8 million in cash for capital, we will save the $250,000 on our annual capital contribution, and the savings that we would achieve for the amortization or bonding the principal and interest is about 1.6 million on average over 10 years. And so in total, that annual savings would be 1.85 million that could open up in the general fund. With the investment, the 8 million investment in cash for capital, we would be contributing $250,000 toward the capital expenses. Our annual savings would be about $840,000 over the 10-year period. And so the difference there would be about $590,000 per year. If we do not invest into the capital program, we would need to contribute 0.75% toward capital. We would be bonding these projects, so we would not be saving 1.6 million, we'd be bonding, and we would be expending 1.9 million, or we would be supporting the debt service on the capital plan through our annual levy. We would not be increasing savings in the general fund. So again, this is a lot to digest here, but I think that this is these are the various options for consideration with the recommendation that investing, the more we invest in the capital program, the more it frees us up. It frees up money on an annual basis in the general fund that can be used toward our target goals. If we invest the ARP funds that are one-time funds and we try to fund target goals with them, it's only on a year-by-year basis. So if we don't use the ARP funds toward capital, we'll have to continue to increase the levy to meet our current capital obligations or push back the timeline on some of our substantial projects. But I guess one more way to say it, if we use our ARP funds to avoid taking on debt, we have some different variables to consider here. We can take on additional debt, take on some additional projects, or we can move some priority projects forward or closer, like the green facilities, or we can use that newfound capacity to, it opens up options elsewhere in the budget, potentially for different priorities and projects. And again, I want to say these are all moving targets. This is the best that we can provide right now. You know, adding different variables will change these figures slightly, but I wanted to share this with you to give some, you know, some real figures and options for consideration. And happy to stop the share right now if that would be helpful to continue on with questions.
So let me see. Thank you, Lisa. Thanks for that thorough presentation. Let's see. Martha.
Yes, thank you very much, Lisa. And like that last slide, clearly, you know, as much work as you had already done before BCP yesterday, clearly there's a lot more work that, you know, in 24 hours. And I know it'll keep changing and really, really appreciate this. And I appreciate that this is one set of options. And, you know, we're hearing from our community and other people about other choices. I would make, one different way of looking at it, though, is the idea of investing cash for capital. ARP money is not the only money. Taking money out of our fund balance is also kind of essentially the same idea. And I would point out that at the last legislature meeting, the preliminary audited number that gave us for our fund balance was up 1.8 million compared to the beginning of, or the end of 2020. Wait, the end of 2020. So one way I have of thinking about this is which funds are the most flexible. We've learned, well schooled by Jonathan Wood, that that county money is really constrained. Local property tax money, which in other words, our fund balance, is really constrained with respect to, we can't give it to private businesses, we can't give it to individuals, not even clear, for example, that we could support a daycare center with local property tax money. We could with ARP money, according to what we are hearing. So it may be relevant to kind of identify what kind of room do we have in our fund balance to make those investments in our capital program, with the wisdom, the idea of being able to save target allowance going forward. That's, you know, we might be in a great position to be able to do that and to be able to use the differently flexible ARP money for projects that aren't legal under typical rules. So I just hope people kind of keep those kind of two different ideas in mind. You know, and I hope we will by June 30th, get a little firmer figure on our fund balance total, because, you know, in my mind, they're kind of interchangeable with respect to cash for capital, but also there's some benefits on flexibility.
Yes, and just agreed that use of fund balance was also factored into those options to get us down to our maximal, you know, fund balance goal, and to utilize those funds toward capital as much as possible too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Martha. Henry, and then Shauna.
Okay. Lisa, I was wondering, is there any magic to choosing 9 projects versus just putting all the money into one project?
It's the way the capital program works. It's an amalgamation of several different projects, and the way that the projects were chosen were according to the timeline and the amount of debt service. And we were trying to choose in the 9 versus 4, those that would have the largest impact, the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak, in terms of when they would become due and how much would be paid on each.
Okay, so just putting all the money into the downtown facility would not pay as much, would not have the same impact? Deborah's shaking her head.
Well, and also with the ARP funds, there are certain, you can use them toward construction costs, and it's all going to, it's going to be according to timelines as to when the planning and construction will take place. So all of that needed to be kind of stacked and put into consideration as well.
I assume that the same thing would go for if we wanted to do a broadband build, that we could use the funding for that as a cash for capital.
Well, I think broadband, and this is where I would need a little more time to research, but I think broadband would fall into the category that is outside of the government services. So, so I'd have to look into that a bit more.
But with that may affect a return on savings?
That would be outside of the county's budget. So it would not have, that would just be an expenditure. I don't think that it would come back in terms of savings in our operating budget.
Also, last question. So since we're gonna, if we do the 9 project, we'd save 1.85 million a year. Does that mean over 10 years, we'd save $18.5 million?
Yes.
Thanks.
And again, approximately. I mean, this as close as possible here. Yeah.
All right, Shauna Black, Mike Lane, and then Mike Sigler.
Thank you, Lisa. I was unable to attend your presentation the other day in budget. And I know that there's been a lot of conversation and we are just at the beginning, is my guess. I also wanted to just clarify that you had mentioned the public safety building, and just to let the public know that that was just simply a project you were throwing out, a possible project. We're not building a new jail. We don't need to start that whole conversation. And I want to make sure that the public is aware that we're not looking to expand the jail either, just for clarifying. But I think the part that was really important is, we do have a lot of things that are in pretty bad shape around the county that really need some upkeep, and it's going to cost money and a lot of money, especially with the rising construction costs. Whenever you brought out the chart that mentions the amount of ARP funds, I think it's important to note that we will in fact be using fund balance. We're not going to sit around with $40 million in the bank and use all of our ARP money. We are in fact going to be using that money in the bank. It is coming upon a rainy day, and we are going to be spending that money on some of these really big projects that have been needed for a very long time. I also, personally, it would be great if we could see a number between the 16 and the 8, maybe like 12. And then, I just want to point out the fact that I would absolutely love to invest this money for many years to come. I see our investment in the capital projects really as an investment. And in the end, it would in fact save our taxpayers if we were to put the money up front, because we wouldn't see the need to raise taxes in order to pay for some of these big capital improvements. So I just want to throw that out there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lane.
Martha's comments raised a question in my mind, and I don't know the answer to this, but if we take the ARP money as a reimbursement for our lost revenue, does that change the status of that to county money? And are we then prohibited the same way we are now from giving the money to individuals or private people? I guess I'd have to turn to Jonathan and or Rick. And you don't have to answer me tonight, but I just wonder if that changes the status of that money.
No.
Okay. So,
I would defer if Rick or Jonathan or want to say
I
something.
think Jonathan was about to say
Yes,
something.
okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, this is something we actually talked about in the first meeting. If we did take it for that, and that does lend itself to a possibility, Mike. I mean, I can't give a definite answer, but it's a good question. It's something that we've thought about.
Thanks.
Yeah, and so I think we would also need to go back to the ARP guidance because there are specific things that we can and can't use it for if we're calculating lost revenue for the government. So that was that slide on the government services, infrastructure, et cetera, but not debt service. So there may be more to look at. We'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Sigler.
Hi, Lisa. I'm just wondering, just to simplify this for me, the nine project proposal, it's basically like if you wanted to pay off your mortgages or your mortgage, and that would free up your day-to-day, you would have more day-to-day cash, basically, to spend on other things. Is
Yes.
that a fair summary?
Yes. If you pay off your mortgage, you could also look at it as, a car payment. Like if you pay off your car, you're going to have the use of the car. You might need to continue to repair it. You may need to buy another car. So it's not going to be the last time you're going to need to spend money on a car. You're going to have to either invest in maintenance and upkeep, a new car. You could buy a new car sooner, perhaps. So, but there'll always be some ongoing costs associated, and it's kind of the timing and where you want to invest it.
Right, but then you'll have that car payment money to spend on whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for that analogy, Mike. Rich, Deborah, Martha.
Thank you, Leslie. I just wanted to go back to Shauna's comment. One, to say, yes, we have not made any decision about a jail, but for clarity, Lisa, what you were suggesting in that proposal would be upgrades to our current facility, and recognizing that our current public safety building was commissioned in 1986. The jail is essentially a 24-hour hotel operation that gets very hard use, and there are some very significant needs that have led us to really consider what do we do in the longer term about our jail. But in the short term, what you're proposing would actually be spending money inside the existing envelope.
That's correct. Thank you. And thank you both for contextualizing. I was not implying at all that we were going to be building a new jail anytime soon. We have, yes.
No problem.
But I'm having visions of my mortgage and my car being paid off when you all start talking about cars and mortgages. Deborah and then Martha.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned $120 million. Was that the total of the projects in our capital plan, or did I mishear?
Yes, 120.
Yeah, okay. And I would assume that you selected these projects in accordance with the capital plan.
Yes.
And I'd also like to mention that one of the big pieces of the improvement to the public safety building is the ventilation system, which makes that existing building not healthy for the people who work there and the people who are our guests against their will. That's all I'll say about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah. Martha?
Thank you, Leslie. Lisa, did you think at all about like using ARP for like other one-time funding, like we have, I can't remember how many hundreds of thousands planned into reimagining public safety, one-time money. There's a lot that's target, but there's some that's one-time money. Did you think about that kind of idea at all?
Have not. I was trying to really look at the bigger expenditures and uses there. There's certainly a lot of one-time smaller projects that we could consider. But no, I have not spent the time tallying those up.
Okay. And I would note that Jonathan, we did ask Jonathan to come to HED back in April to talk about this issue of what's legal. And at least at that time it was early, but in terms of the guidance that was released, but the sense was that because these are federal dollars, the source is federal, even though Mike, as you were saying, it sort of becomes our money. Like the HUD dollars that we use for the housing fund, the source is federal, so it doesn't come under the same strictures that the state has for local property tax dollars. I'm sure that needs to be updated, but that was what we heard at HED. In terms of investment, Lisa talked about these other three categories of projects, whether it's supporting local businesses, the tourism economy, or public health issues, or whatever, a broadband or sewer or water infrastructure. Those kind of projects would have a return on investment for the community that we shouldn't forget. It might not have a return on like into local county, directly county coffers. But for example, investments in childcare, for example, would have, returns for the community, for the welfare of the community. And some of them may kind of end up benefiting our sales tax or our room tax income revenue. We might see a return of investment into one of those, into those pots of money too. So that's what I've heard people talking about when they've talked about what we should do with these funds. So am I right about that, Lisa? That in terms of that other returns on investment can come to county bank accounts or into other parts of the community, right?
Sure. It's, again, according to, the priorities that you guys set forth and that you hear from the community and, taking everything into account. I think that that's really what we're trying to do here is to be able to look at all of the needs, including the needs of our own county departments and the communities that they serve, as well as the broader community needs.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Martha. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more discussion about this on the 30th and beyond. Deborah.
Yeah, thanks, Leslyn. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's going to be many weeks of debate. I don't expect the 14 of us are going to be able to make up our minds very quickly. I would like to point out, however, there's been a great deal of emphasis on the fact that this is one-time money. And it was drummed into us that you don't spend one-time money on, long-range ongoing expenses. If we can invest this money in a capital plan, that the money that we save by doing that effectively turns this one-time money into money that's available to us to the tune of $1.6 million a year for 10 or 20 years to come. So that's something else that I would commend to everyone's attention. But like I said, we'll be discussing this a lot. So I'll stop now.
All right. Appreciate the presentation. Lisa, is there anything else from you?
No, I think that'll do it for me.
Martha said something, thank you, Lisa. Martha said something very interesting just about a return on investment. And I always think of whenever the county is investing money, wherever we're investing money, It's an investment in community. Some of it you'll see immediately or short term, some of it might be long term. But there's always a return that benefits our community. We're not spending money just for, our own coffers, so to speak. I hope not. So thank you. It is 7:29. I am going to propose that we take a short break, a 10-minute break, and we'll come back to the finance director report. Okay? So, thank you.
And the county attorney.
Yes, the county attorney. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need one more legislator to reveal themselves. Yep. We're resuming the legislature meeting. Let's move on to the next report. We have County Director of Finance and County Attorney. So County Attorney Jonathan Wood.
Sure. Couple things. I'm sitting here on Myers Road where I live, and as many of you probably know, it's the one of the detours around the Route 34B bridge. The state had initially said that they expected to be done with the 34B bridge at the end of the year. We learned this week that they're saying at least until next June or July. They
John,
said
I
they're
can
not able to get steel.
Excuse me, John, I can update that as of today. It's not quite as bleak as that anymore.
Okay, that's a message we got yesterday from DOT.
That's not the message I got today from DOT.
Okay.
Let's wait till tomorrow.
Okay, I also want to say a few words about Todd. Tom was a legislator when I started. No legislator was ever as kind to me or as welcoming or as helpful as Tom was. Over the years, I got to know him and Elsie very well, and they were really special people, and they treated the staff and other people, the other legislators and everybody with great respect, and are very nice people, and really sorry to hear the news about Tom.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Jonathan? All right. Martha?
Yeah, I'm just interested in what Mike heard about the steel on the bridge.
You want me to speak about that now?
Why don't you just go ahead?
Sure. We had the ITCTC meeting today, Transportation Council, Joint Planning and Policy Committee. And Mark Frechette was there from New York State Department of Transportation talking about the Route 13 or Route 34B. And the word I had got, John, before was exactly what you said, that it was going to, the shortage of steel was going to push this back for an opening to traffic until next June. However, Mark said that, yes, there is this problem with getting the steel for the bridge, but the problem it's causing is the idea of being able to pour concrete in the winter for the wearing surface for the roadway once the steel is comes in 4 or 5 months and they can put it in. And they said DOT is going to have to consider that at the time and whether it wants to put more money into being able to do cold weather pouring of this concrete so that the project can move ahead. If that happens, if they decide to do that, it would only push back, he said, the opening to traffic by a month or a month and a half. So that's a little bit better, but still it's up in the air about that. But I asked him specifically about what we had heard about 6 months, and he said, no, they hadn't, that wasn't true at this point.
Okay, well, it's nice to hear, but do have a recorded message from DOT from, I believe, yesterday, which that's what they said, but I'm glad to hear an update.
This was 1 o'clock today.
Like Dan said, we wait until tomorrow and see
Better news.
what's next. Thank you, Mike. Finance Director Rick Schneider.
Right. I have one thing to present tonight, and that's our sales tax. And there are no other updates sooner than this because I just got them done at 5:45. Sent you all an email with this particular printout that describes how well we did for the month of May. So I'll share my screen now. You should be seeing the sales tax distribution summary. And in this middle section here is where we concentrate on the county's portion. And for the month of May, we were up.
Rick, can you zoom that? Rick, can you zoom that in just a little bit? Make it a little bigger?
Let me see.
60%.
How's that?
Fantastic, thank you.
So you're looking at a 60% increase from last year. Of course, last year we were in the doldrums and completely shut down. And so if you would compare that number, which is about $1 million more than last year, just in the month of May, if you compare it to 2019, which was a normal year, we're up from that figure even by about 6%. So 6% just for the month of May. Over here in the right-hand column, you can see that we're up to 14.5, almost $14.6 million year to date. And that compares to 12.8 million last year. And that represents an increase of $1,742,000 year over year, which means we're up 13.55% year over year. And if we move down to the bottom portion of the sheet, I show this comparison to budget. We're at 42.2% gross sales tax to budget, which is about 0.5% higher than where we need to be compared to budget. So that's looking real good for the months January through May. And I've updated the chart that shows the last 3 years. The green line that goes across straight is our budget. The red line is our year to date. And it compares favorably to the purple line, which was 2019, a very good year. And the sickly little light blue line that goes all around the place was our catastrophic year of 2020. And then per Rich's instructions, why he had requested, although I couldn't update this sheet to include columns because it's source driven by a lot of inputs from other spreadsheets and it has direct links. What I've done here, I hope this will satisfy, it compares of the line graph all 3 years. And so you can see the January and the February and the March, et cetera, for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And it also compares it to the 2021 budget figure there. So we're up to grand 20 was 34.2 million. Right now we're up to 14.6 million for just 5 months through the year. So it's a very good report. And I'll even add that it turned out to be the best May that we've had on record.
And Rick, I would say, yes, that's satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, I was hoping so.
Huh.
Oh, that's very good news, Rick.
And that's all I have. Are there other questions?
All right. Can you stop share screen? Because I can't see. Anybody has their hands up? No? Rick, that is very good news. Let's have a do-over for June and
the word of caution, and this is from those treasurers all across the state. They're saying, well, they've changed the allocation method many times since COVID started. It all has to do with how they allocated money and reallocated money last year to New York City, which is a big, big component of the total sales tax in the state. And that a lot of treasurers are worried that when it comes to the quarter end report, which happens to be next month, end of June, it might turn a lot more negative as they make some other tweaks and adjustments. Because at the end of each quarter, they always have a true up or they always have a redistribution. So everybody's holding their breath since Almost every county has had a really fantastic April and May. So we'll have to see if there's any downswing in our proceeds as we get near the end of June. But I'll bring you those figures in July and we'll go from there.
All right, thank you, Rick. Well, we're definitely clawing our way back out of, being in that dark place, and hope the state, when they finalize their numbers, don't take us back there. But thank you, Deborah.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie, and thanks for being such a bright spot, Rick. I'm a little confused when you said that people are worried about adjustments that were made for New York City. Do they take sales tax from other parts of the state and give it to someplace else?
Well, just like I allocate monies that we receive to our municipalities, the state has to allocate the total pot to all the counties plus New York City. And that's a really big number. And some of that allocation formula that is directed to New York City has changed a couple times in the last year or two. And now I understand that they're going to a 5-year smoothing redistribution formula that's supposed to take these aberrations away over time, instead of just looking back like they used to. They used to just look back 1 year and distribute proceeds based on the prior year method on what actually came in. So New York State keeps tinkering with the formula. We can never, ever really know or get our heads around how they do it. But the word of caution is from other treasurers is that they keep tinkering with it, and let's not get too optimistic, I guess is what they would say, until we get those quarter end reports. Even going back a couple county administrations ago, back when Joe Mariano was here, he only really trusted the end of quarter figures, looking at quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. He never put much stock in the wildly fluctuating monthly figures. We bring it to you every month because we can, but he's right that the quarter end figures are probably going to be a little bit more defensive and a little bit more satisfying as far as knowing what the true trend is for this year.
So it's not correct that they have to allocate it based on where the money was spent that gave rise to the sales tax revenue?
Again, that's at the heart of the matter. That's a true concept. We all believe that that's what they're doing. But again, a lot of the distributions are based on
something else,
previous year's allocations and trends.
Okay.
So I'll leave it at that. I won't try to explain the method.
You just popped another fairy tale in my head, but.
All right, Mike Lane and then Martha Robertson.
Rick, that's great news. I sort of feel like we've dodged a bullet this year because the past 2 years, the legislature has dipped into the county sales tax. 2 years ago for the AIM funding, last year for the hospital fund, which apparently is non-existent, just grabbing the money. But fortunately, the legislature has retired for a little while and didn't scoop up any of our sales tax money this session. But if all the counties are rebounding, I am really concerned that they might be sharpening their knives for us again next year. This is a slippery slope that the AIM funding got us started for the counties, but the AIM funding was taken, and it may continue.
Got that right. Martha.
Rick, a couple questions about on the fund balance. 2 weeks ago, you told us you had a preliminary number about our standing on fund balance. I wonder if you have an update on that. And the other is on the Medicaid reconciliation. You had reported on that we did get information. We got numbers from the State Department of Health on the amount of money due us on Medicaid reconciliation, but we didn't know yet whether we were getting that money, whether it was already baked into the payment, our weekly shares yet. Do you have any updates on either of those?
On the first one, on the fund balance, it's still pretty much the same. We won't be getting our a draft that I can share. We got our first draft, but we have yet to go through it and mark it up for corrections and things like that. Our second and final draft is coming that last week of June. Hopefully we'll have it in time for your June 30th meeting. So that won't be the final, but we should get that second draft that's much closer than where we are. Definitely we'll have it for the budget committee that meets in July, as I announced yesterday. And definitely we'll have it for the legislator, for my presentation to the legislature, the second legislative meeting in July. But we hope to have a better draft that I can share if anything's gone up or down on fund balance by June 30th. On the other one on Medicaid, I haven't really been following that. I know Jason and Social Services, Tom Herndon, and those could and would report back on the status of those dollars. So I'll just have to mark that so that Lisa and I can make inquiries to get answers to that particular question.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Rick. Much appreciated. Okay, let's move on to the rest of our agenda. Resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda. Mike Lane.
I would like to move to add to the agenda a resolution submitted by our chair, Leslie McBean Claiborne, resolution calling on the United States Senate to pass the, quote, For the People Act of 2021, which is SI1, unquote. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Martha Robertson. We need 10 votes to add this to the agenda. Roll call vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. That's added to the agenda and will be taken up under member filed resolutions. Thank you. Any other resolutions to be added or withdrawn? Nope, don't see any. Consent agenda. Resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. To the advisory board appointments, I will read off from the Government Operations Committee, Public Information Advisory Board, Justin Lee Chandler, term expires December 31st, 2023, as an at-large representative, and Hillary Boyer, at-large rep, term expires December 31st, 2023. From the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, to the Greater Tompkins County Municipal Health Insurance Consortium Board of Directors, Ruby Pulliam, we know her, alternate representative, no set term. And to the TC3 Board of Trustees.
Off, please.
Hold
Please.
off by Mike Lane.
I'd like to say some comments.
Okay. And for resolutions under Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution A, authorization to enter into an agreement with the City of Ithaca Cornell University to continue to fund and administer the Community Housing Development Fund, ID 10098. From Government Operations, Resolution B, Budget Adjustment, Communication and Public Outreach Resources, ID 10120. Resolution C, Budget Adjustment, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice Resources, ID 10119. Resolution D, Budget Adjustment, Translation Services, ID 10118. May I have someone please move the consent agenda? Moved by Deb Dawson, seconded by Ann Corman. Vote on the consent agenda.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yeah.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you very much. If you will bear with me, I'm going to do a little shuffling. Mike Lane pulled off of the consent agenda, TC3 Board of Trustees appointment from budget. Deborah, can I ask you to take that up? That's just an appointment. It came out of budget. As Mike just wants to talk about it, so if you just want to introduce, this is an appointment coming out of budget.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. Well, then I would like to introduce that now. Comment on it.
So from budget, the appointment of Shelley Michelle Nunn to the TC3 Board of Trustees, Tompkins County Representative, term expires June 30th, 2028. And I see Martha raising her hand. Mike Lane, let's talk about it.
Thanks. The only reason I pulled this was it's, in my view, a pretty important appointment. I think it's worthy of having some words said. I particularly want to speak about Shelley Michelle Nunn, who is one of the 3 Tompkins County appointments to the Board of Trustees of Tompkins Cortland Community College. Shelley was appointed first by the legislature to fill an unexpired term on that board. We advertised, we received a number of applications, we did interviews, and in my view, Shelley rose to the top of her, because of her experience and her interest and her having worked in private industry, for education, and for government. She came onto the board. I've been the liaison. I've been able to observe her, and I think she's done a spectacular job on the TC3 Board of Trustees. I think there should be no reason not to reappoint her, but this is one of the longest terms that we appoint anybody for. It is for 7 years, and I want everyone to know that. But I think Shelley Michelle Nunn is an excellent person to fill that position, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Mike. That was a little botched motion to appoint Shelley to the Board of Trustees. And Martha, I'm assuming that your raised hand was to second that. Okay, I didn't say it out loud, so I just want to make sure that that was clear. Thank you, Mike, for the kind words about Shelley. We certainly do appreciate Shelley's service on the board, stellar service from what you're seeing and what we have all heard, and we appreciate her taking the time to serve in this capacity and represent the county. So let's vote on this appointment.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. Again, thank you, Shelley, for your service. Moving on to standing and special committee reports and resolutions. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Henry Granison, Chair.
Yes, we will meet next week, though we're celebrating Juneteenth week this week. So you have lots of activities, which again, you can go to the website and find out. We also had a meeting of, we meet every other month. And so we discussed the county's ability to get numbers for demographics information. And so we had a vibrant discussion about that. And also a thing about the JEDI committee and the values that are going to roll out. We also had a discussion about that. Any questions?
Thank you. I saw something from Reverend Clark for Pride Month. Does anybody remember? Oh, here it is. LGBTQ plus resiliency in the age of COVID, Friday, the 25th of June, noon to 1 p.m. It's a multi-generational community conversation. So just letting you all know, and I know Dr. Clark often brings these things to WDIC. Ann Coleman, question or comment for Henry?
Thanks. I just want to say I have not been able to check all my emails today, but as of yesterday, I think Dr. Clark was having difficulty nailing down someone to moderate that forum. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything different today.
I think he has. I think he sent us to save the date early, and then he sent us another email announcing the program in the afternoon.
Okay, great.
Dominic says the speaker has been confirmed. If you have any information on who it is, Dominic, please let us know. Leslie.
Yes, I just wanted to say that Dr. Clark actually sent out a couple of emails today. One for the event that was just shared, as well as one for the day prior on Thursday, June 24th. And I don't know, Shauna, if you were going to talk about that a little bit, violence in Ithaca and American society. And so having a forum on Thursday, the 24th. He sent that out as well. There aren't any Zoom links or YouTubes yet, but that's something that we can get back out to the public once those are confirmed.
All right. Thank you much, Lee. Anything else, Henry?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The HED committee has not met since the last legislature meeting, but our first consent agenda item was actually really important, and I want to make a note of it. This is our authorization to continue with the Community Housing Development Fund for the next 6 years, our commitment to that. And a huge thanks to Ann Corman, Nels Bone, and from the IURA, and Jared Pittman from Cornell, along with Megan McDonald from our planning department. They went line by line by line by line through the MOU and the whole bylaws, the whole intensive document that we had to update and improve. So thank you to those folks for that really intensive work. Just wanted to point out that in the last 12 years, this Housing Development Fund has supported 810 affordable housing units, affordable at area 80% of the area median income or less, and affordable for 49 years, sort of assured by various levels of checks and balances. So that's basically, since the Housing Fund was started, all of the affordable units within Tompkins County have been supported in one way or another through this fund. It's hugely important. And I think it's something we can be very proud of. I'm glad to have this so non-controversial that we put the approval on the consent agenda.
I was gonna say, just remember, it's on the consent agenda. Thank you
Right.
all.
Just needed to mention it, so thanks.
All right, thank you. When does HED meet again?
Good question. June 24th, and actually this week I'm putting that agenda together. So we meet Thursday, June 24th. Thanks, Leslie.
All right, thank you. Leslie, question for Martha?
I know a follow-up to Martha. Can I share a screen really quick and show where all those are? I have it up on a screen.
No.
No?
It was on consent agenda. It's on
Okay,
consent
fair point.
agenda.
Fair point. All right. But if folks are
Agenda.
interested, I have it mapped and I can share that out around to people.
So I would encourage you to please do that, share with us, and also perhaps at the next HED meeting or legislature meeting, we can have that. But thank you for your work on it. Public Safety Committee, Downtown Facilities Committee, Dave McKenna, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Downtown Facilities did not meet this month. We will be meeting on July 8th at 3 p.m. on this same channel.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave? Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Leslin. Just some state news. The Less is More Act passed the Assembly and Senate. This is a New York State law that would reform parole. And while we've seen lots of criminal justice reform efforts in other areas of the law, parole really had remained untouched. And so this is pretty significant. Given our jail population, percentage of people that are there on technical violations of parole rather than serious crimes. Some parole violators are back in because they committed another crime, but some are in because they missed a meeting or failed a drug screen or didn't do something that is non-criminal. And they get their parole violated nonetheless, and we house them for up to, it can be 60 days or even more. And because our jail population is quite low, in fact, our numbers are 31 in our jail today with 3 board outs. The percentage of people who are there on parole violations, technical parole violations, constitutes a pretty big percentage. So this is pretty big news. It's still not clear if the governor will sign the legislation, but it does seem like there is a chance of parole reform. So we might see some real thinking in this area that I think is quite overdue. We will be meeting the Public Safety Committee this Thursday at 3 o'clock. And one of the items we will be hearing from are some local hunters. In the New York State budget that recently passed, there was a provision to allow 12-year-olds to hunt deer. They are already allowed under certain circumstances to hunt small game. And they can hunt deer, I think, with a crossbow or a bow. But this would allow them to hunt with a rifle or a shotgun under supervision of a licensed hunter. They have to be licensed, and they have to wear blaze orange or pink fluorescent. And they, there's some other, they can't go in tree stands. But at any rate, it looks like New York State is the only state that prevents 12-year-olds from hunting with supervision, which was a surprise to me. But we're going to hear more about that at our meeting. The legislation was set up on an opt-in basis. So if we chose to do anything about this, we would have to pass a local law. So we would have to act affirmatively. And I believe that's the request that we're going to get. So I want to give the other legislators a heads up that we may be thinking about this. Other than that, I imagine we're going to get an update on the Reimagining Public Safety Initiative and some other items we'll be talking about. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rich. Questions for Rich? Amanda Champion.
Yeah, thanks. Just clarifying, Rich, about the 12-year-olds hunting. You said we would need to pass a local law, but it's a state thing? I'm a little confused.
Correct. New York State, the Assembly and Senate put it in their budget and passed it, that counties can opt in. So it doesn't happen automatically. You have to opt in, and you opt in by passing a local law.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Dave McKenna.
Thanks, Leslie. Just wanted to state that there's a time limit on this. It's got to be accomplished by September 1st, I believe. And I had submitted something about this about a month ago. Anyway, that's all my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dave. Henry Granison.
Yes, Rich, you said that New York State was the last state to pass this law?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that. I received some information from the District 7 representative, who I think is up in Syracuse, and it showed a map of the United States with the age limits. And there are some states that children are allowed to hunt at 7, which was a real surprise to me. But New York State has, with the age of 14, is the only one that prevents people from starting hunting until they're 14.
In Texas, children come out of the womb clutching guns.
Well, Deborah, hang on.
I won't
Anything else, Henry?
Yes, I was also wondering, when did the state pass this law? You know,
with the budget, it was in the budget bill
this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe it's a 2-year trial, but I'm not sure on that. We're going to hear more on Thursday. That's true.
All right.
Do we know how many counties have passed it?
So please show up on Thursday.
Yeah, there was a map of New York State I saw. I'm happy to share that with all the committee members, the information I got. But it was a surprising number of counties have already acted. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I was encouraging you, sorry, Henry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but definitely show up on Thursday. There'll probably be more information of public safety. Anything else, Rich?
I did have one other thing, just that for the public who's been watching, you've seen some resolutions and local laws come through where we combined our Traffic Safety Advisory Board and our Stop DWI Board. The new combined advisory board is being constituted now. And if somebody has an interest in participating on this board, the application process is open.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Okay. Let's go to Health and Human Services Committee. Shauna Blackshear.
Thank you very much. We have not met since our last meeting. We will be meeting this Monday at 1 p.m. And some of the topics we will have, Frank Krupp is going to come in and give us an update and a short presentation on the mobile crisis team that runs out of the mental health department. And then Kit Kephart, the Director of Social Services, is going to come in and talk a little bit about Raise the Age and provide us with an update. That's it.
Thank you. Questions for Shauna? Martha?
Thank you, Leslie. Thanks, Shauna. Tiger has been talking about Raise the Age, so I look forward to hearing that. Do you know whether Kit's going to have any news on ERAP, on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and how much uptake there is in the county?
I can certainly ask her if she could provide us with an update.
Okay, be great to know how it's going. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the background noise. It's witching hour at my house, and despite the fact that I am in the furthest room from my family, everyone gets to experience my kids fighting. So sorry about that.
Shauna, I have a quick question for you. I don't know how the legislators, if you have even received emails. Has there been at HHS any conversation or awareness brought on folks who might be interested in setting up marijuana sales stores, shops in Tompkins County. Have you had heard of anything or conversation?
I have not received any inquiries. I am happy to ask Frank, obviously not for Monday's meeting, but perhaps in the August meeting, he can provide us with an update if there's one out there.
Future meeting.
Yeah, I'm happy to tap into that.
Thank you much. Lee, anything else for Shauna? All right. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Yes, we also have not met since our last legislature meeting. We'll meet again this Thursday at 9 a.m. We'll hear from the Department of Recycling and Materials Management, the Highway Department, and the airport. And we'll be continuing our discussion about the Bridge New York reimbursement for county reimbursement for the bridge programs for the towns.
Okay, questions to Mike? All right, thank you, Mike. Moving on, Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslie. We met on June 9th and our next meeting is July 13th. And we did pass a resolution that's in your packet. Pass that on June 9th about redistricting at the state level. We also talked about now that the state legislative session is over, kind of what is the committee's interest in further lobbying or interest education with state or federal representatives. We talked about a number of issues, but in particular, community colleges, sort of the funding level and sort of status of community college funding really is of interest to the committee. And as also childcare and the issue of how much funding has come to the state from the federal government and not been spent yet. So I reached out to Sue Dale Hall and see if she can give us a more in-depth update than she gave tonight, so that we can really understand, where the log jams and if we can kick any doors open, we'd love to do that. I've also reached out to Assemblywoman Anna Kellis to see if she'll have time for an update, come to the committee soon, when she's had a chance to sort of catch her breath after the first legislative session. So those are on future, probably the July meeting agenda. So if there's questions, I can read the title of the resolution.
Any questions to Martha? No, all right, go ahead with your resolution.
Thank you. Document 10169, urging that New York State's 2021 redistricting process follow the borders of Tompkins County and place Tompkins County completely into one congressional district and one state Senate district. And I so move.
Seconded by Mike Lane.
Pretty self-explanatory, and we are still trying to follow and get as much information as we can about what's likely to happen at the state level. But we thought this was a first step.
All right. Any other comments? Let's vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Len Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Shill,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Leslyn. My computer is telling me my connection is unstable, so hopefully I won't freeze or disappear. Yes, Government Operations met on June 3rd. We had a bunch of resolutions which we passed in the consent agenda. we had a very good conversation about the legislature returning to chambers for in-person meetings. Our communications director, Dominic Recchio, gave us a good presentation, which I believe he emailed out to all legislators, so you should have gotten that. Of course, you can always go back and watch the video of the meeting. Basically, we decided they presented to us the options to return in a hybrid fashion for the time being. You know, obviously things are changing and we don't know how things are going to look at the end of this month, but we're hoping to get a large monitor to put at the end of the oval there in chambers, where some people can be on Zoom in that and some people can be in person. Obviously, again, we're just this is like something that we're going to go ahead with now. We'll see what happens if we have to be back in person. We still need to have a conversation about what the legislature's long-term goal really is. Do we want to continue streaming all of our committee meetings? Do we want to have them recorded? There's still lots of questions about, you know, what do we want our broadcasting to look like going into the future? So it's the short term are kind of ironing that out, but the long term, we still need to have some more conversations about what it will look like. We talked very briefly about our local redistricting process. The Mike Sigler and Mike Lane and I are going to have a small subcommittee to look at the issues, put together a memo, which I've been working on, and kind of try to answer a few of the questions before we take it back to GO, talk some more as a committee before we then bring it forward to the whole legislature. And basically we need to decide our process going forward. You know, we need to put out the word that we're gonna be looking for commissioners. We need to have an advertising plan, which we'll work with Dominic on. We need to decide who's gonna do the interviews of people who are gonna be applicants for this commission. A reminder that no elected officials will be on this commission. We're looking for people from the community, independent, open-minded folks who can work with our staff to be really, truly independent in looking at the census data. So the Mikes and I are going to meet and try to get a few details taken care of, and then we'll go back and talk more about this at the next GO committee. Another mini committee that we decided to put together, Rich, John, and Leslie Schill and I are gonna meet to just share some ideas and talk about the possibility of what a legislator code of conduct would look like. I understand there's also been talk in the past about what is a legislator job description. I realize that's a really big, that would be a really big, you know, document. What is the job description? But I think it's worth talking a little bit about and, you know, throwing some ideas out there, and then we can bring some thoughts back to GO to talk about that. That was mostly it. Jonathan Wood gave us an update on MEGA, and I always struggle to remember Municipal Energy and Gas Alliance. He gave us an update on that. If you want to hear more about what he said, obviously go back and watch the video. And I think I'll stop there because I've got a couple of resolutions.
Thank you, Amanda. Questions, comments from Amanda? Ann Corman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your report, Amanda. So regarding meeting at the chambers, I watched the last GO meeting, and I know you spent a lot of time on looking at different things, and I received the slideshow presentation from Don, so that was helpful. I just had one question, and maybe that could be sometime we can meet in person, or just wondering if that proposed TV would block at all people being able to get in and out of the, off the elevator and through those doors, seeing as that's our differently abled entrance. So I don't know if you'd be able to answer that now. Maybe I just need to go look myself. And so I don't know if you had a response to that.
Andy, I think it would be on the table. It would be placed on the oval. It wouldn't be separate. So it would be, I think we authorized our staff folks to purchase a stand, and we're hoping to repurpose a monitor from some other department or from IT department. So it would sit on the table. So it would be at,
Okay.
I see Dominic has
eye level
on the screen
at Chambers on the screen. I don't know if Dominic wants to.
Yeah, you were cutting out a bit there, Amanda. So sorry if I repeat something that you were saying. It's actually going to go up against the table. It'll be pretty flush with it. We did look at that at a previous walkthrough, and we'll be doing another one this Friday or soon thereafter when the stand is delivered. And that's, so it should be pretty flush. And we did look at that during the first walkthrough.
Okay, great. When I heard stand, it's I thought a stand for on the ground. So that's great to hear. And as far as security, that was my other thought. But now that you have to get either use a key fob or to call up to get onto the elevator, it feels like that's not going to cause any security issues of somebody walking in there if they were blocked by that TV. So thank you very much for all the work you're doing on this. And it looks like we're not right now for our July meeting. It looks like we're going to be still doing this mode for now.
I think so. I mean, that's my expectation. I think, things change daily, as we know, and if we have to be back in person, we're going to have to change pretty quickly. But for now, I think, we're still planning on being remote, but we'll see.
We'll see. Maybe we'll know the day before the 5th. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Amanda. Rich.
Yeah, I did want to thank staff for all the work they did in trying to figure out all the technical aspects of how we can do this. I would reference back to our discussion earlier in this same meeting about the letter that Deborah read into the record, and our discussion with staff about departments opening up to the public. I believe we do have some responsibility to do that as well. And I think if we don't plan for this, and we just have to react very quickly to a change in the state executive order, we may well be unprepared. And I think that as a legislature, we probably should be making a decision on this, whether we accept the proposed plan for a hybrid model, and why don't we take control and decide when we would like to try to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Amanda, or any other comments?
Not on that, but I did think of one other thing, and then the resolutions.
Okay.
I just want to remind my colleagues that we just spent the past year revising the rules of the legislature, and you did have to read them before you voted on them, but I would love it if you all actually went and read the rules so you'd know what you voted on. And Brittany has offered to make paper copies and put it in your mailbox. You can get it that way. It's also, I think it's been updated on the website, but I'm not exactly sure. So please do read that, and I'll point out things along the way if folks happen to forget some of our rules.
Forgetting does happen because we have a lot of stuff that come our way. So
Yes.
appreciate the pointing out. It's not an indication that people haven't read. It might be that people just have forgotten something, and that happens. And oftentimes it's because you're used to doing things a certain way. You do forget when things might have changed. So, nudge here or there, a friendly nudge is not going to hurt. All right, if there's no other questions or so for Amanda, let's go to your resolutions.
All right, so resolution F, resolution for 2021 appropriation from contingent fund for the purpose of maintaining contracted services for audio-visual equipment. And it says pending budget, capital, and personnel committee meeting, which I assume it went through that, ID 10117.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ian Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Schill,
Yes.
Mike Ziegler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. That carries.
All right, resolution G, creation of community justice center positions of project director and data analysis, and approval of program funds. Department of County Administration, also pending budget, capital, and personnel committee, ID 10152, and I would move that.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Martha Robertson. Discussion. Vote. Oh, Deborah?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that we passed it at BCP yesterday.
Thank you. Martha?
I thank you. Yeah, nothing on the resolution, but I just wanted to put on the record a couple of points I made yesterday at BCP. I'm a little concerned in the report here, the memo that talks about having these two positions on board, hired and on board by the end of October, given all that our human resources department is having to deal with right now, and that the county administrator choice should really be prioritized. But I wondered also if the Center for Policing Equity, that was the group that helped with the whole process, I wonder if they might be available to help in, I assume for a fee, to help in that search process. So don't need an answer now, but I just thought if that's a way to sort of leverage and move that along without using our human resources department. I also was concerned that the advisory board says 1 or 2 years for advisory board appointments for CJC. I would think that should be at least 2 years, perhaps 3. And then finally, the job descriptions talk about so many meetings that these, especially the director, would be responsible for. I would certainly think perhaps half-time clerical support, or some kind of clerical support would make a lot of sense. I understand that's not considered in these dollar figures yet, but so those are just some points I wanted to put on the record since I'm not on the committee, but it's something, having read it through, those are my reactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Very good points. Richard John?
Thank you, Leslie. And just responding to Martha, we did have a good conversation at the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee on that issue with our HR commissioner. And very clearly, the priority needs to be the county administrator. But we don't want to lose focus or proceed with these appointments in that these are central to getting reimagining public safety off the ground. Just to summarize the conversation is we'll proceed with all deliberate speed, but not slow down the county administrator search. The memo with the details on the advisory board is a memo, and it was a proposal. That's subject to a lot of discussion, and refinement. So I anticipate that will be happening going forward. We also need to achieve consensus with the city on what that advisory board will look like. I think it has to be, I would lean towards a 2-year appointment, but again, nothing has been decided. I'd just like to be clear on that. It's just one proposal that was put together. I also think this advisory board needs to be large enough to be truly representative of our community, but then we have to counterbalance that with it. It has to really be functional. So we're going to have some real work to do there, but that will happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Leslie.
I just want to say thank you to the efforts both of Rich in leading his committee, as well as Amanda and Gio taking these forward, and budget, of course, too, Deborah. These are really exciting new positions. This is a big deal that we've got new positions coming for this Community Justice Center. I can tell you for folks in my district, this is a really important, potentially one of the top most important issues if you knock on doors around here. So folks are very interested. They want good housing, and they want to talk about how we're going to change the face of public safety. And so thank you all for your efforts. It's not easy, and it is going to be a long-term investment of time, energy, and collaboration. But thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Leslie. Martha, I want to thank you also for the comments about, clerical support. There is nothing like, not investing enough in a project, in an opportunity, in an office for it to fail. So if we really mean, what we're saying about this and we're saying to the community, this is important, I'm encouraging everybody to keep an open mind, because there might be, as conversations start, as things get going even more concretely, a return to this body, to the city as well, for additional funding to support the work of the office, so that we can carry out the important work we told the community that we will be doing in reimagining public safety. So thank you all very much for that. Any other comments? All right, let's take a vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Mooring,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you very much. That carries. And thank you, Shelley and Deanna, for your work. I see you both on the screen. Amanda, Rich, and I don't remember who else you mentioned. Leslie, getting together to talk about legislature, potential legislature code of conduct, as well as job description. Mike Lane and I were chuckling because we know that's a heavy lift, especially around job description. I do appreciate you all's initiative on it, but also want to make sure, and Rich is involved, have been involved with the Ethics Advisory Board. We have, those guidelines to consider as well. I would be remiss if I don't put it out there. Whatever it is that you come up with, you share with us as you have this discussion, that it's not anything that could be inadvertently prohibitive to people who are interested in serving on this legislative body in the future. So thank you for your work. I know you all will do due diligence with it. And everything will come back to us to take a look at, and so on and so forth. So yeah. I really do appreciate it. I might not be here when all of that is happening. So I'm getting my digs in now, because I might not be here. But thank you so much for the initiative on it. Anything else from you, Amanda?
Just yes, that Rich and Leslie and I cannot dictate a job description or a code of conduct. So we're just getting together to talk about it. We will obviously come back and talk to Gio and talk to everyone. It may be months, you know, who knows? It's just a conversation. So nobody has to worry too much. Gio will meet again on July 1st, which is Canada Day.
Oh, Canada. Oh. All right. Thank you much, Lee. Let's go on to Planning, Energy and Environmental Quality Committee and Corman Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't tell the long story of how I accidentally was in Canada one time to celebrate Canada Day, but a story for another day. Let's see. We have not met, PEAC has not met since our last legislative meeting. I would like to reference an email I sent to legislators late this morning. And let me pull it up here. So this is a letter to the DEC that I'm asking if legislators individually would like to sign on to this. And Tony Ingrafia, as people may know, and Bob Howarth, local scientists and professors, have helped track and do studies and track methane leakage and how methane affects our climate. And there are some regulations, proposed regulations right now that the New York State is considering regarding VOC emissions, maintenance of oil and gas wells. And I won't go into all the detail here, but I summarized it in the email, in the actual body of the email of what the letter would entail, asking for stricter adherence to repairs, for instance, and overall better maintenance, and asking them to expedite their timeline for some of their deadlines for implementing some of these things. So I will, at some point after, unless it's going to, I don't know for sure that it's going to be edited. It was, so at this point, I just want to say, just to make it transparent, at some point in the future, I will share our letter at a PEAC meeting just for information. So it's in the record, but this letter is going to the DEC from us individually, because they respond better to individual signers onto comments to their proposed regulations versus a resolution. So that's why we're doing it that particular way. But again, I just wanted to say it in public just to be transparent about that. And so far, I know folks are busy today. I have been too, but I have heard back from one legislator. So thank you, Shauna. Okay, we're meeting again on June 28th. And I have at least two things here that I know of that are going to be on the agenda. Luis Aguirre Torres from the City of Ithaca, the Director of Sustainability, is going to be presenting at our meeting some ideas he has about this area being able to take advantage of the UN Green Climate Fund. He's presented a report at a couple of other meetings, but he's part of his idea is to have Tompkins County and other counties around us, surrounding counties, to apply for some of the green climate funding through the UN. So please come to our meeting on the 28th at 1:30 if you want to hear more about that. And then we also, the Green Jobs Report, which you probably remember hearing about, is completed. And that was through our case advisory board, climate and sustainability. Deborah, help me. I'm trying to remember the acronym.
Climate and Sustainable Energy Advisory Board.
From that board, thank you very much. So Ellie Pfeffer was the main writer of that and researcher. She was helped by some other people. And so that will also be at our committee. So please tune in or watch us later on YouTube. That's June 28th at 1:30 p.m. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions for Ann? Moving on to Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an extremely busy agenda yesterday. We set a public hearing. We passed a resolution setting a public hearing for TC3's budget. That will take place on July 20th, and we will get the budget at our next BCP meeting, which will be July 12th. We also passed a resolution to move $573,000 from our contingent fund into various funds that support the work of our Convention and Visitors Bureau and our STPB board in support of our tourism and hospitality industries. This was something that Martha worked on in cooperation with Katie Bergella and Nick Helmholt. We tried to pick and choose the initiatives that would have the quickest and best positive impact on our tourism trade over the next few months. That resolution will go to HED later this month and will come before you at our first July meeting. We also, of course, passed the resolution that's on the agenda today, but we talked about some other things that might be of interest to you. We began discussing our capital plan and the ARP funds and how we're going to be moving forward with our strategic planning task. We heard from Ruby about our county administrator search and our timeline. It looks to be, no matter how we do this, it's going to be the end of the year probably before we have somebody selected and on board. Ruby presented us with a very succinct summary of 3 options for this search: one that would be wholly outboarded, one that would be wholly in-house, and a hybrid option whereunder we would engage a recruitment firm to provide the initial development of recruitment material and placement of our vacancy notices with targeted outreach flyers and postings and advertisements. And then once we had a field of candidates, we would take the interview and selection process entirely in-house. It was the consensus of the BCP committee that we would pursue that hybrid option. And I don't honestly know if we need to pass a resolution. I don't think so, to give Ruby the okay. Madam Chair, how do you want to do this? I know Ruby's anxious to get going on this, and we all want her to do that.
Right. We wanted to have something brought back to the legislature. One, for the legislature to have some conversation around what the options are. Thank you for the committee for looking at it, and for the legislature to then do give marching orders to our HR department on which direction to go. So the 3 options presented, and now you're saying that the committee, consensus from the committee is to move forward with a hybrid option. So
yes, but we realize we can't make that decision for the legislature.
Right. So we might need this body, we might have to entertain a motion from this body on the floor to allow for that to happen, for us to proceed. You know, there may be people who are not, you know, in favor of that option as well. So we might have to think of something else.
Well, Ruby's here to answer questions. So I guess I could make the motion that we allow her to pursue the hybrid option, and then we could have a discussion on that.
Okay, sure. Why don't we do that? Why don't we put something on the floor and then let's have discussion. Rich John seconds that. So I have a bunch of hands. So Dan Klein.
Thank you. Can somebody summarize the hybrid option again? I heard what you said, but I didn't absorb all of it yet.
I was going to ask for that. I actually was going to ask for all three because I don't think everybody had a chance to see all three of them. Is this something that can be shared on screen, or somebody sum up all three for us, including numbers and so on and so forth? Is that possible?
Hold on just a minute. Let me see.
Thanks, Ruby.
Thank you, Dan. Is that what all the other hands that were up, is that what the hands were asking for? Because they all disappeared.
No, but let her speak.
Okay. All right. But we'll see if Ruby is able to bring up something for us.
Okay. Are you seeing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Option one, and again, these are estimates.
Ruby, it's hard to see. It's very small.
Okay. Let me get up to my, where is my Zoomer?
Don't ask me.
On the
Ruby.
bottom right, you can press.
It's on the
little-
bottom? Okay.
Yeah, just above the.
There
time
we
clock.
go.
Yep, you can press the plus button.
Thank you. Oops, that's too big. How about that?
Yeah, one at a time. Can people see that better?
That's good.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I started off the presentation with just a summary of what was done in the last county administrative search in 2017. That was coordinated totally by the Department of Human Resources and yielded 20 candidates. Most of the candidates stemmed from Tompkins and surrounding counties, even though there were postings nationwide. The timeframe appears to have been a 5-month period from August through December, with initial discussions beginning in late July. And of course, the components included normal things as the application period. You requested an essay scenario-based questions to be added to that. You conducted first round interviews, second round finalist presentations and interviews, and then you had meet and greet sessions with the department heads before you made a final selection. Approximately $7,100 was spent on advertising. The start date was January 29, 2018. Using the same sources that was used in 2017, that cost of advertising would be about $9,600. So I outlined 3 different options. The first option was to retain a recruitment firm to provide full search services, including the initial planning, which would include discussion of your desired characteristics, revision of the job description, development of a recruitment plan, where we would post, where they would post, and promotional material. It also included posting the announcements, the flyers, and anything else, including the screening of the applicants. After the applicants were screened, they would present the pre-screened applicants to the legislature and the search committee, and they would also perform the reference and background checks. Then the search committee would conduct the interviews, but basically all the handling and coordination would be done by the recruitment firm. We did some pros and cons. Pros for any, and of course with any recruitment firm, as Mike brought up yesterday, there has to be careful monitoring and some accountability on both sides. But normally recruitment firms include the assessment and leadership tools that they need to develop candidate profiles and the job descriptions. There's a national reach, and they already have existing networks of high quality vetted candidates. They have expertise in candidate selection. They'll be able to differentiate between people who are just good interviewers and people who actually have the skills that you are looking for. They have targeted markets for recruiting for government, human services, and nonprofit organizations, which are our 3 major target markets. They also have the latest methods of sourcing the talents. They can do social media, electronic networks. They have it all, including reaching person to person, reaching out and convincing people to apply. They have the latest software and the equipment and skills to produce the promotional material. And they have a dedicated staff to coordinate scheduling and follow-up. There's fixed costs and timelines, and the professional reputations of the firm often engineer candidates for these positions. The cons, of course, are the cost and their lack of local or organizational culture. They may not understand Tompkins County or the state of New York, depending on the recruitment firm, but most of them have offices in several different locations. Option number 2 was HR would provide the full service recruitment and administrative support to the search committee. We would do all those things that are necessary to conduct the search that I listed before, and then we collaborate with the legislators to review and revise the job description, develop the recruitment material with the help of our communications director, communication with the applicants, all the notifications, all the presentations scheduled, interviews, and summarize the ratings and all of that. The pros, there's internal control, and there's an intimate knowledge of the position and the organizational structure. The cons being that there's an additional workload to the staff. We are slowly but surely, with your assistance, coming up to being fully staffed, but we're not fully staffed yet. There's primarily a local recruiting and networking we have in existence. There's a lack of software equipment and the staff capacity to design the graphic material we would need for the promotional brochures. And there's variable costs because we'd have to place ads, and we can't say we can have a budget, but there's not a fixed cost to that. Option number 3 was the hybrid, where we'd engage a recruitment firm to provide those services that we lack. And that would primarily be the initial development of the recruitment material, the pretty eye-catching things that would catch the eyes of diverse candidates, placement of our notices and our postings, and targeted outreach flyers and postings. They would also conduct initial screening of candidates and perform the reference and background checks of those that we select. But again, the options, the proposals that we have the ability to select which services we need based upon what we decide we need. Pros and cons is a mixture of both. So my recommendation, I had the timeline here, and I'll skip to the proposals where we had already gone out and we've gotten 4 proposals, and we chose 2 with the most affordable rates. The rates for full service anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000, and the exact amount would vary according to the services selected. So the remaining 2 proposals that we did not choose, their costs were prohibitive. It was more than what we could afford. So the hybrid version is what I recommended because we can do the coordination of, but there are a couple of things that we just don't have. And that's what I recommended for the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. That's a lot.
All right.
So can I stop sharing now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike Lane.
I'm not shy about the fact that I'm not thrilled with headhunters. I voted for this recommendation from Ruby because she knows her department and because I saw it mostly as an advertising effort in order to have an expansive net to try to capture candidates. But there's nothing wrong with having local people apply as well. And I think we should give it a shot, but I don't think we should give up at all the authority of this legislature to do the interviewing and ultimate selection.
Good point. Thank you, Mike. Martha.
Thank you. And I was just eager to have you go back to the timeline, Ruby, because not that it's part of the motion here, but it is part of our consideration. Would you mind, or just please tell us?
Okay.
Okay.
The timeline is similar to that used in 2017. And they're estimates based upon what I think we could do or where we would go from here. If we have a decision from the legislature, which option to choose no later than June 30th, we can either retain the recruitment firm for what we need, or HR will start doing the initial planning, some of which we've already done. By mid-July to August 15th, we will hope to have recruitment material developed and the job postings and identify what sites we're going to use and determine the pricing of. Now, this is all if we were doing it ourselves. August 16th, just a midpoint, we'd have our postings ready through September the 30th, giving ourselves a little over a month to get in applications and to review them. Concurrently, implicit bias training for the search panel, develop interview questions and presentation topics if the search panel decided presentations were required. September would be the posting period where we would be doing ongoing review and qualifications of applicants through our system and the acknowledgement of the applicants. October, hoping to make a selection or non-selection decisions of who to move forward for the interview sessions. And then we'd schedule the first round of interviews and avoiding the holidays. November, we would hope to have presentations to the legislature and the departments, community, whoever we decided would be in that second round of interviews, and the recommendation of finalists to legislature. Now, prior to this, the search committee, which will be made up of legislators and whoever we decide that's going on the search committee. Usually there's a union representative, there's someone from the community, there's a department head, as well as selected legislators will be doing the initial interviews. The full second round or the finalists will be presented to the legislature for the finalist interviews. And in December, hopefully filling up the reference and background checks, selection of the finalists, and a conditional offer. And that's all contingent upon us getting through the initial schedule. But hopefully by the end of December, we'll know who the new county administrator would be. And based upon how much notice they need to give, I put a January, February date for onboarding. And this is very similar to the schedule that was used in 2017.
Right. Thank you very, very much for going through that. I think that sort of suggests that we really, I hope we'll vote to go ahead with this tonight.
Excuse me, Martha. Ruby, can you stop share, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Martha.
Okay, because any little thing that might slip, and then we sort of lose the incumbency of this group to actually make a decision. And I understand if the first round doesn't succeed in getting a candidate, which you have to expect could happen, then that goes into next year, but at least we want to get. So two other comments to build on what Mike Lane said. I want to also emphasize that internal candidates are welcome. And then I assume, all local and internal, will be treated and welcomed the same as anybody else. And I think, Ruby, in the past, even though a search committee was identified and not, named certain legislators as well as community members and et cetera, all legislators have in the past been fully invited to observe, to read all materials at any time from candidates, to sit in and watch the interviews, even if not like ask questions at the table, but all have been welcome to observe at any point. So,
and all of those decisions, they're your decisions.
I don't want us to get into the weeds of what this is going to look like. I appreciate it, Martha. I want us to stay focused on the resolution that's on the floor about which potential to use. We'll have time for the discussion on who's on the search committee and all that other stuff.
So I fully support going ahead with this hybrid option. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we take this to a vote and give Ruby some marching orders to proceed? Thank you for your expediency in bringing this to us and exploring all the options. All right, let's take a vote.
Shauna Black,
And we're voting
Yes.
on the hybrid model, which is what came out of budget. Thank you.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Foreman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries. Ruby, you have direction from this legislature. Thank you, budget. Thank you, Ruby, for your work on this.
Thank you.
And stay tuned, legislators, there's more to come.
Okay, thanks, Leslin, and thank you, Ruby. You were right on top of this, and I appreciate it. Okay, so the next thing we discussed is the scheduling of our expanded budget committee meetings in September and October, and the fact that there's a NISAC conference in person scheduled for the 13th, 14th, and 15th, which was giving Kathy fits when she was trying to schedule our expanded budget committee meetings. I broached the subject of shortening those meetings by not requiring every department and supported agency to come in and give an extended dog and pony show presentation about what they do, and to limit it to agencies and departments that had OTRs that hadn't been approved by admin, OTRs about which people had questions that they specified in advance, and OTRs for projects that were new to the legislature. That suggestion didn't seem to get much traction from other members of BCP. So I offer it up here to see what you all think. But I will say this, if that's not a route you want to go down, I understand, but I will suggest to our departments and agencies that they keep their presentations of everything they do to a very short, concise, succinct couple of minutes and focus on their OTRs. And I will also ask all of you to limit your questions to things that directly relate to the budget.
Okay, I see hands up on that one. Amanda, or Ann, and then Amanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the idea myself for a couple of reasons, the idea that Deborah was saying, because our meetings are very, very long. Staff, agencies are waiting for a very long time. Overall, it's a large number of hours, and you know, we spoke before about, Leslin mentioned regarding the code of ethics for new legislators and rules. You know, I would like those to help people, help us and help other people coming in more to be able to do their job easier, to be able to do their job better, work more efficiently. And so that achieves a lot of that. I heard some people, at least one person say in the meeting that, well, that's, you know, perhaps the only time we get to hear from some departments or agencies. And I don't think that's a good enough reason to have all of the amount of staff and time in 1 month, pretty much within 1 month, to have them come. So for other, if you want to hear from other departments, have the, you know, that committee, I can have them come to that committee. I don't see why we have to do that in public. Well, not in public. I mean, I'd like to keep our committees being taped, people be able to attend virtually, attend in public. But I don't see an overwhelming reason why it has to be during that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Amanda.
Yeah, I would just absolutely agree with that. I think that the meetings go on, no matter how much someone says, keep your questions related to the budget, people don't listen to that and don't cooperate with that. So I think that's inevitable. I don't see, I mean, we're all in lots of committees. We hear from these departments throughout the year. If you haven't heard from a particular department, go to that committee and listen, I really think, especially after, some of the things that Jason told us about the budget structure, I think we could really shorten it a lot. So I'd be all for that.
Okay. Dave, Rich, Shauna, Mike Lane.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree too. I think anything outside the original budget, excuse me, the original budget ask needs to be talked about, and those people should come to the meeting and tell us what they want to do and why they want to do it and what it's going to cost. And then we can make a decision on that. The rest of it, we made the decision back in the spring. And so I think it's a good idea. That's it.
Thank you. Rich, Shauna, Mike Lane.
Yeah, I agree as well. And I think we should be open to new ideas about how we can structure our budget process. It just seems to be so lengthy with the actual substantive items being sort of tucked in between a tremendous amount of discussion on non-budget items. Thanks.
Shauna, Mike, Martha.
Yes, I support changing the budget process. I think it will make it less tedious on our staff. I agree with Annie. If there are any presentations that need to occur from department heads, they can definitely go to their committees and do those presentations. At the beginning of the year, we set priorities. Typically, those are with the departments and the committees. That's really where the conversation needs to occur. I think Rich has made this comment many times that after 2 hours, you're really not doing much in a meeting. And I think we've seen this time and time again, but that last budget meeting, we're all fried. Our department heads are fried. Our finance people are fried. So if we can make this a little simpler and really, have another great product of our budget, then I'd be up for at least trying. Thank you.
Mike Lane.
Well, first of all, we don't invite our departments to come in to the oversight committees and talk about the budget. I tried to do that last year in F&I, and I was immediately vetoed by the county administrator, who used the term, "You're cutting off my legs. You're taking away my opportunity to control the budget as the budget officer." And so that didn't happen. I disagree with that. I think having a small time when each department can come and talk to the legislature is not, frankly, frying everybody. We did pretty well last year, I thought, watching the process. Remember, nobody has to come to these EBC meetings. That you don't have to. It's not mandatory for you to be there. I think it's a great idea, and I think the participation we've had has been wonderful. But this is the most important thing that the legislature does. I'm sorry if things take a little longer than people would like, but it's part of our job to make sure that we know what's going on. And I don't think it's asking too much of our departments once a year to come in and speak to us for 5, 10, 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm about to end the meeting. Too many hands are going up. Time up. Okay, Martha, Mike, Sigler, Deborah.
I was gonna say, this is a terrible topic to have when we're going on 4 hours, you know.
Yes, it is.
But I have last year's calendar. I have a note here. Can departments practice getting their slides on the screen? Like that took like minutes for everybody. I remember specifically what you said, Mike, about we wanted to have some budget presentations at program committees, and Jason was very forceful. I think Deborah had one at Peak anyway. So if the idea is to really limit discussion at the EBC, then I think we need to really have the option and the flexibility to do that in program committees. I think the idea of limiting conversation to any OTRs that the administrator approves really is not appropriate. We need to see what the.
It's not what I said.
Oh, I thought, okay, I just want to say, I think it's important for us to look at all the proposals, but also with respect to the NISAC calendar, last year we started late. Jason didn't have all the numbers. I don't think we had a presentation. Yeah, the first meeting was September 14th. I think we can earn a week by starting with the first legislature meeting in September. So I would urge us to try to do this and figure out how to make sure really it's important for everybody to have a chance to be heard and not necessarily be forced to go to committee meetings when people have other jobs, for example, and can't get to those meetings. Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
I like the way we've done it for the last 11 years I've been in the legislature. That's it. Thanks.
I would like for you to speak at every meeting. You take everybody's comments and synthesize it to exactly that one line. Deborah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Lisa would mind if we had the departments come in and not make a budget presentation to the program committee, but just get an overview of what they've done for the last year and what they plan to and need to do next year. That would take a big chunk of time out of the presentations and limit it to the budget requests. I will leave that to Lisa and Amy and Kevin to respond to. But, you know, Mike, on the one hand, you're saying that the budget's the most important thing we do. And I agree. Well, then don't turn around and say people don't have to come. It would be freaking irresponsible of us not to come.
I agree.
Well, there you go. So
but they don't, but that's the way the EBC is set up.
So all righty then. Any department can come to a program committee and give updates on what they're doing. That happens now. It can happen then during budget time. We don't have to wait until budget to hear what the departments have been doing and what they do. As if it's the first time we're hearing what they do. So if conversations can be limited to just the budget, as a department head, I can tell you if the budget comes out and if there are no questions on my budget or I'm not asking for anything, I'm not asked to come to a meeting to present or share anything. That's a budget meeting. So even 2 minutes sometimes can be a little bit much for departments that have been working, you know, some of them 24/7. So I'm with Rich and just all of us just being open to, you know, some slight changes, not entire overhaul, but there might be some slight changes that we can make that will help the process for all of us, not just, you know, legislators, but department heads as well. So let's have an open mind around it. You know, oftentimes we schedule meetings that we haven't needed, so that has worked as well. But if we can think about even just looking at people doing the homework to look at the budget submitted ahead of time and seeing if we have questions. If nobody has an OTR, there are no questions on their budget, or one of us doesn't want to bring something that they didn't ask for. Let's not waste people's time to just come tell us, I'm not asking for anything, my budget is staying the same. For me, that is where we waste time.
Well, Madam Chair, I also think that we ought to realize if it was just that we had people come for 5 or 10 minutes to answer questions, that would be one thing. But as we all well know, a lot of times the hearings run off schedule and people sit for 45 minutes waiting for their turn. That's just so inconsiderate of us, because these people have been working all day for us. And then we want them to sit there for another 2.5 hours so they can trot out the dog and the pony. I'm just trying to avoid that. Let's all be mindful, and we'll go forward and try to shorten the meetings. And I see Dan's hands up.
I think we can streamline some stuff. Dan.
So I don't, I'll go along with whatever's decided, but I really think we are underestimating, maybe forgetting how much we learn at these budget meetings, especially when you're new. This is the only time that many of us will get to interact with many of these department heads. It is true that we could start going to every committee meeting, but I don't think that's really what legislators believe should actually happen. And if we do start doing something like that, at committee meetings, we are not allowed to interact as freely with the participants as we are when we're part of the actual EBC committee, extended budget committee. So I'm willing to go along with it. I think we're going to lose something. In fact, I know we're going to lose something. I know I will lose quite a bit. I will lose quite a bit of information about what's going on in these various programs. I'm willing to let that slide this year. I think if we do this, we should really consider going back next year when there'll be quite a few new legislators who, again, I think you might be forgetting how much you learned your first couple of years. I remember how much I learned my first couple of years through the budget. Thanks.
I want to reiterate, I'm not looking for us to do a complete overhaul. I think there are some slight adjustments we can make that will tighten up this process. So, Rich, you have the last word.
Yeah, since we're repeating everything we said at Budget Committee, I did want to make my comment here that if there is some benefit to us seeing the department heads, we could do something as part of these meetings in a very streamlined way. Once a year, let each department head come in for a 5-minute, here's the department, here's what we do. And the general public who watch us on television would actually get the benefit of it. Now, the EBC meetings are not televised. It doesn't go further. There would actually be more benefit from doing it outside of the budget framework if what we're trying to do is just get a connection to the departments from the legislature. There are other ways to do this. Thanks.
All right, it's not the end of the discussion. I'm sure there'll be more to come. So we'll be looking for what fun and exciting streamlining techniques you all are proposing. Hold on, Deborah.
I just want to correct one thing, and that is that the EBC meetings have been televised.
Streamed. They're streamed. They're streamed.
All right, streamed.
Okay, Deborah.
Okay, well, now that horse has been beaten to within an inch of its life, I will just tell you that I have told Kathy to go ahead and schedule the meetings as she originally intended. And people who go to NISAC can either tune in via computer or as I did last year when I was in Colorado for some of the meetings, or miss the meeting. I'm trying to accommodate everybody's interests here. So that's how we will proceed. And other than that, I would like to offer our resolution, which I'm sure many of you will welcome, ID number 10168, Resolution H, authorizing the county administrator to execute the necessary agreement to accept the allocated American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funds.
Seconded by Shauna Black.
Any questions?
Go ahead. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Shill,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
All right. Anything else from budget, Deborah?
No, ma'am. That's it.
All right. So we know the 30th is an expanded budget committee meeting. And the survey is out, and we encourage people to respond on use of ARP funds.
And many thanks to Dominic for getting it out so quickly.
Thank you, Dominic. All right, next on our agenda is individual member filed resolution. Is a resolution that was added to the agenda earlier. Can I have someone move that resolution, please? Moved by Mike Lane, seconded by Deb Dawson. And it's a resolution calling the United States Senate to pass the Fourth People Act of 2021 as adopt one.
Madam Chair, since you submitted it, would you please talk about it?
The text of the resolution shares pretty much what this bill does. It's been in the House, it's now in the Senate, and we are hoping that it will pass prior to the summer recess. I want to just read a little part of it, just so people know what we're talking about. This is about voting rights and the voting rights that are under attack right now. Lots of state legislators are introducing and passing laws that are creating barriers to citizens being able to freely participate in elections. And so this bill that is being considered is very comprehensive in addressing these rights, in addressing election administration so that it's consistent, addressing the issue of big money in politics, not allowing big business to purchase elections, so to speak. It addresses redistricting. It addresses government transparency. Part of that transparency is asking, and as well as ethics for governmental officials. Part of that is requesting that presidential candidates and candidates for other higher levels of office share or reveal tax records for 10 years. These are all things that are included in this bill, but most importantly, it is about protecting the democracy of voting rights for all citizens, which currently is under attack. And we're asking the Senate to please move on passage of this. It is part of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act as well. I did include with it a link to a website where folks can get even more in-depth information on it. There are no comments. Let's just take this to a vote so we can go home. Mike Sigler.
So I'll try to be as quick as possible about it. Part of the reason I'm not going to vote for this is the fact that the legislation is about 800 pages. And just to take you through what I did today, I worked a regular job, but then I went to Dutch Harvest Farm, a brand new business in Lansing. Listen to formerly TCAD talk about their report. Then I came back. I met with some union members on Zoom, talked to them, came to this meeting, and now we're in pretty far in, 4.5 hours. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be digging into federal legislation, in large part because it is 800 pages. There's a lot to this, right? Obviously, Senator Joe Manchin is the one that's pulling some of the strings here. And I frankly agree with a lot of what he said in his one op-ed. There's just a lot to this. And even the Congressional Black Caucus had issues with things like where they were going to do redistricting with an independent committee. They took issue with that because they worried about, what's going to happen to some of these districts, some of these protected districts. And that's a valid concern. And that's a debate that's going to be had in Congress and is being had in Congress. And yeah, listen, I live in New York State. I like the way New York State runs its elections. I think we have a really tight ship when we do things. And I remember when we had to switch voting machines. And a lot of people put a lot of effort into that. I mean, there was some debate that we weren't going to have paper ballots at that point. And Julie Kiefer was like, no, we're having, paper ballots. And thankfully, she was very strident about that. And I agreed with her on that. And it was nice to have somebody that pushed for that, right? We can argue that the signature book is outdated, right? It works well for us, but maybe it's too dated. Maybe we need to go another route. I read the resolution you've put forward, and it quotes things like polls. Well, I'll quote you a poll. I mean, 75% of Americans like voter ID. I would hazard to guess most of the people on this legislature probably don't support voter ID. That's a pretty high number, 75%. 69% of African Americans support voter ID in this nation. So that's hard for me to reconcile with a resolution, or not a resolution, a law at the federal level that calls for the elimination of that and actually puts a restraint on states on doing that. I am always going to err on the side of local. I am always going to side on the idea that I would rather be legislated to by a Congress and by a legislature than by one person. This is why I have such issue. I can't believe that the governor still has emergency powers. I find that hard to believe that the legislature walked away from that and left that in place. I take issue. And I want to remind people that home rule is how you got things like fracking banned in New York State. By not having that one person or that far off person kind of legislating what we do in New York State or in Lansing, for example, where the state is going to dictate 3,000 acres of solar panels in my town. Yeah, I take issue with that. In this legislation too, at the federal level, they're calling for things like mail-in voting. How are they going to handle that? I don't know. But Oregon, they do all mail-in voting. We can't do that in New York State because Oregon has a much tighter structure on their rolls, on their voter rolls. We do not. We do not purge our rolls like they do. So I just want to say, I like the way that the states do things. I like that we have different states. And I like the fact that the state can make decisions on how it wants to run its elections. So again, I don't believe in nationalized elections. There are going to be people that say that's not what this does. There are going to be other people that say this is what there does. But frankly, I don't really want New York subjugated to Washington, D.C., just as I don't particularly like Tompkins County being dictated to by Albany on every single issue as well. So that's just where I'm coming from. I understand this will probably pass, but those are my thoughts on the issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Mike. Martha, and then let's take this to a vote.
I'll be brief. States' rights was the rallying cry for people Wallace when I was a kid, and they stand. I can't remember the names of the governors who stood at the doors of schoolhouses and courthouses, and
they were all Democrats, Martha. So thank you for bringing
George Wallace.
Well,
all right. Hey.
It is not. This is a floor for. This is not a ceiling. This is a floor for basic rights that the world is watching. that, is this a democracy or is this not a democracy? I am grateful, Leslie, I'm very grateful for you to bring this forward. And all I'm going to say is that there's nothing more important than this bill. And I hope they if they can't get it all passed, I hope they pull out the most important pieces and get pieces of it passed, but it's got to happen. It really just does.
Well, then get those important pieces passed. Fine. Then break it apart.
All right, we're not going to change any minds. Mike, did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's take this to a vote so that we can all go home and enjoy our hot cocoa.
It's cold now.
Okay, cold brew, whatever.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Absolutely, yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
No,
Glenn Mooring,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Shill,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you all very much for that. We appreciate it. We'll make sure that our senators know that we support their efforts. Minutes of the previous meeting. Dan Klein moves, seconded by Leslie Shill. Any corrections, substantive corrections to the minutes that need to happen on the record? People are shaking their heads like, no, you better not. All right, vote on the minutes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
yes,
Glenn Mooring,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Shill, Leslie Shill, I can't say.
Yes.
Leslie Shill, sorry. Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. There's no unfinished business as far as I know. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Mike Sigler, seconded by Amanda Champion. All in favor of adjourning? Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening and rest of your week. Good night, Rick.
Good night.
Good night, staff. Thank you, staff, for hanging in there.
Thank
Take
you,
care,
everybody.
everyone. Oh my gosh, that voice. That's a new feature, isn't it?
It is.